Chapter 15:04 Redeeming Favor. Chapter 15:04 Redeeming Favor. A cloud of green smoke emerged from the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal pill inside already became a SCR-A-P pill. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Failed again." Could it be that this medicinal pill to restore the divine really can't be refined? In order to refine the medicinal pill to help Xie Jingyi recover his divine this half a year, Yi Yuan had already failed no idea how many times. He attempted no less than 1,000 over ways of combining spirit medicine, but he never succeeded even once. These 1,000 over kinds of combination methods were just the results that he derived in the end. There were at least several tens of thousands of pill formulas derived in his mind. It was just that, in the end, a vast majority of them was rejected by him. In order to derive this brand new pill formula, Yi Yuan could be said to have cudgeled his brain. However, the result made him very disappointed. You've already done your best. Even though alchemy DS are deity realm powerhouses, they don't dictate all life on Earth too. There are times when human strength would not do. You don't have to be discouraged either. A medicinal pill to repair the divine had never been heard of in the heaven-span world. It's easier said than done for you to want to develop it yourself. Dustless figure appeared and consoled him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm not discouraged. In fact, through this half a year of deducing experiments, I feel that I'm already very close to it. It's just that this layer of windowpane paper can't be poked through from start to end, making me somewhat depressed. I have a feeling that as long as I poke through this layer of windowpane paper, my alchemy strength will advance a step further." Dustless looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, as if he did not know the latter. He knew that Yi Yuan's current alchemy level was already far stronger than the heavenly Empyrean immortal grove in the same period, advancing a step further. He even did not quite dare to imagine it. Could it be that this guy did not have a limit? Water will flow when a channel is formed. Being too deliberate can be counterproductive instead. This period of time, why don't you relax a little first? Perhaps you'll straighten out your ideas one day, Dustless said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's also time to leave seclusion. I'm afraid some people are already tired of waiting." Yi Yuan exited seclusion. Longzhan was long already waiting for him. "Master, there's a Blood Yamahal's guest waiting for you in the box room," Longzhan said. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "You withdraw then, I'll handle it." Walking 2 steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and said, "You go, and find Fan Yu to fetch a batch of spirit medicines over. Just say that I said it. This is the formula. You've already been stuck at half-step origin deity for very long, right?" Hearing this, Longzhan involuntarily trembled all over. A surge of wild elation welled up in his heart, and he hurriedly knelt down and said, "This lowly one has already been stuck at this step for 15,000 years. Yi Yuan gave an amen and said, "Your talent is pretty good. Originally, entering the heaven-span world, you could break through to origin deity. It's just a shame that it was delayed. Looking on the account of your diligence and earnestness these few years, I'll give you a ride." Longzhan's entire body trembled agitatedly as he said, "Longzhan thanks Master very much." Yi Yuan voiced his sent and turned around and left. Longzhan's pair of fists were gripped tightly, his face appearing somewhat red because of excitement. These 100,000 years, it was his first time being so agitated. His state of mind that was originally akin to low level of water finally produced a trace of ripple. For 100,000 years, he bemoaned how tragic his own fate was all the time. His entire person seemingly fell into darkness, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Longzhan had never thought that this kin who came out of the immortal grove world like him actually had such outstanding talent. The entire Capone capital city was stirred until waves ran high by his new master. All forces were revolving around his master. Sigh, one misstep, and every step became wrong. Got to double down my efforts from now onwards. I hope that I can get master's forgiveness in the future. Long John said with a sigh. When Yi Yuan saw Yi Han, he could not help being somewhat surprised. Source Knight pays respect to Hall Master. I didn't think that Hall Master actually arrived in person, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Han's gaze, and she said with a smile, You actually guessed my ident. One, tai long ago. Looks like I still underestimated you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't think of it at that time. But after coming back from the Hundred Nose Hall, I thought carefully, and I realized that Hall Master had many suspicious points on you. Yi Han smiled sweetly and said, No wonder Ka Xin would die at your hands. His level of skill is far too lacking compared to you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hall Master is too kind. Yi Han giggled and said, I even find that I didn't praise enough. It looks like I indeed didn't find the wrong person. Yi Yuan gave Yi Han a glance with a profound expression and said, Hall Master coming personally, could it be to have me return the favor? Yi Han gave Yi Yuan a glance reproachfully and said with devilish flirtatiousness, You slippery little fellow, not even willing to help elder sister with a small favor. Must I use favor to pay it off? Yi Yuan broke out in Guseb. You, MPS all over, and said with a smile, This favor of Hall Master isn't small. If my conjectures are right, there are already quite a few capital cities' fiend medicine halls that have gathered at Capone capital city, right? The moment I start a sermon on Tao, the entire eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yama hall's fiend medicine hall's strength will collectively rise a major level. How big this favor is. Hall Master is adept at this, and don't need me to calculate, right? Yi Han had a bitter look on her face, looking delicate and pitiful. Truly a nuisance character. She heaved a sigh and said, The news of the Blood Yama Hall is all shared. The other capital cities' hall masters learning about your existence, they naturally won't let me off. So many people came to find me. I can't very well push all of them away, right? Don't look at how Big Sister is in charge of the Blood Yama Hall. Big Sister also has times where things are difficult. That expression of Yi Han made people unable to resist loving her upon seeing her, making people's bones go soft. Except, if not because he could not beat her, Yi Yuan wished that he could give a tight slap. This woman really calculated well, wanting the horse to run and also wanting the horse to not eat GRA. S. You think that by putting on an act, this little lord will promise you? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said indifferently, Hall Master, kill me then. Don't talk about this matter. Yi Han's expression instantly turned from sunny to overcast. A moment ago, she was still thinking of seducing Yi Yuan. The next instant, her face was already cold as frost. A piercing cold killing intent arrived with a howl, but Yi Yuan was firm as a rock and not cowed in the slightest. He knew that Yi Han absolutely would not kill him. She personally came forward and took his favor. She definitely had something to request of him. Sure enough, Yi Han's killing intent quietly subsided, and she said gloomily, You punk, really impervious to everything. Speak then, what conditions do you have? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, 2. The first, this is considered half a favor, realized right now. The second, a month later, you'll gather everyone to the blood battle stage. I'll preach on Tao for half a month continuously. How much they can comprehend will depend on themselves. I don't have time to waste on this daily. There's still one more. That is that whatever Black Jade capital cities fiend medicine halls people, this lord won't wait upon them. Have them scram. Yi Yuan knew that wanting to use this to cash in all of the favor, Ihan absolutely would not agree. Therefore, he had no choice but to go for second best, consume half a favor first before talking. Ihan sighed slightly and said, "You brat, really not willing to suffer any bit of loss at all. Fine, then, big sister will promise you." Finished talking, Ihan took out the blood essence contract and slightly kneaded a seal. The blood essence in the contract began to combust. Chapter 1505 Consequences of Offending a Master. 1505 Consequences of Offending a Master. Are you satisfied now? Sigh. Big sister has never suffered such a big loss before being this hall master, Ihan said with bitterness on her face. Yi Yuan did not want to get too entangled on this topic, so he said, "Lord Hall Master coming personally, you should have a notion about the other half of the favor, right?" Ihan laughed, her breath smelling like orchids, as she said, "Sly and cunning, can't hide anything from you." Yi Yuan did not follow up, quietly waiting for Ihan to continue speaking. "Our blood Yama, Hall, discovered an ancient ruin. It's too bad that that ruin, only those below the Fiend Lord realm can enter. Moreover, Fiend General realms can exceed 1,000 years old. Fiend Commander realm are not to exceed 3,000 years old. At that time, eminent Orchid Imperial cities, most elite juniors will gather there. Our Capone capital city's Fiend General realms only have one spot. Therefore, the strongest person has to go. And that person is you." Ihan said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So that's why you guided Ka Xian and my death match in secret. It's to see who has the qualifications to enter the ancient ruins." Ihan also smiled and said, "This is the world of the strong. Weaklings will only be eliminated." When saying this, Yi Yuan finally felt that this one in front of him was a ruler who dominated a region. In front of her, those that had no value to be exploited could be abandoned at any time. He was merely a chess piece in her hands. Yi Yuan said without batting an eyelid, "When is it starting?" Ihan said, "1 year later, I'll come and find you. You still have a lot of room for improvement in the Fiend General realm. This period of time, set aside the matter of medicinal pills. Use it on improving your strength." Yi Yuan nodded his head, showing an expression that he understood. Sending away Ihan, Yi Yuan could not help but ponder. This trip to the Fiend race, his goal had already been achieved. Originally, he was already not planning on staying. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually attracted the attention of the Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. Since Ihan chose him, his every movement and action was under her control. Wanting to escape from under the hands of a Fiend Lord powerhouse was virtually impossible. As for the blood essence contract, Yi Yuan did not think anything of it at all. That thing was indeed very ingenious. To others, it had a fatal binding power. But to Yi Yuan, it was totally useless. Yi Yuan had refined the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Wanting to use this kind of contract power to deal with Yi Yuan was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. How could Yi Yuan possibly put his fate in the hands of others? The reason why he caused a bit of difficulty was to put on an act for Ihan to see, let her feel that he was very apprehensive of this blood essence contract. Looking at it now, the effect was pretty good. It was just that this trip to the ancient ruins was most likely imperative. These few days made Kong Xiao very depressed. Only afterward did he learn that Wu Hao and Metal Heart sent people to Capone Fiend Medicine Hall first to make a trip. They discovered that Capone capital city's Fiend Medicine Hall's level was already no longer what it was long ago. How astute were Wu Hao and Metal Heart? How could they still not know Master Source Knight's prowess? For half a month, these two fellows stayed at the Fiend Medicine Hall every day and did not come out. These two guys had clearly long known, and they actually tricked him. At first, Kong Xiao thought, no matter how awesome this master was, could he still not listen to the hall master? The matter that two great hall masters settled on was not up to Source Knight to turn down, who knew that when he went to request an audience with the hall master, their hall master directly said that she could not influence Master Source Knight's decision either. Since he offended Master Source Knight, then it would depend on his fortunes. With this, Kong Xiao really despaired. An existence that even the hall master could not control, then how incredible was his alchemy skills. Right at this time, another heavyweight news came. Meng Qi of the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders successfully broke through, and he already became a 3-star fiend apothecary. This news, regardless of whether in Capone Fiend Medicine Hall or to the other capital cities' Fiend Medicine Halls, was a heavyweight bombsh. Meng Qi was a veteran 2-star fiend apothecary and already stopped at this realm for 10,000 years. If barring no accidents, he would remain at this realm in this lifetime. But now he actually broke through. If this had nothing to do with Master Source Knight, they would not believe even if they were beaten to death as well. Staying for a long time in Capone capital city, some news naturally spread among the fiend apothecaries. Master Source Knight had merely preached about the Tao for the Fiend Medicine Hall's people for the greater part of a year. More than half a year's time groomed a 3-star fiend apothecary. This Master Source Knight simply transformed the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. Kong Xiao regretted until his intestines were green now. Looking around as one group after another of fellow professionals arrived, he was burning with anxiety. This was the mission that Upstairs ordered. If other people returned fully loaded, but he returned empty-handed because he offended Master Source Knight, this responsibility of his was not small. Seeing Yi Yuan arrive at the Fiend Medicine Hall unhurriedly, Kong Xiao immediately went up to greet him. "Ha, Master Source Knight, you're here." Kong Xiao bowed as he said with a fawning smile. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and walked past him expressionlessly. Kong Xiao knew that this round was not easy to clear. He did not mind either, following Yi Yuan into the Fiend Medicine Hall, subserviently. "Master," that day, it was all me who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. "Hope that a great man like you don't stoop to harbor grievance for past wrongs," Kong Xiao said. With Yi Yuan entering the Fiend Medicine Hall, there were already a lot of people waiting to request for pills. He came before his exclusive medicinal cauldron and said coolly, words that had been said before, water that had been spilled, I won't take them back. Black Jade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall has already been blacklisted. If they are here, everyone doesn't need to wait here anymore in the future. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus everyone's gazes immediately gathered on Kong Xiao's face. Kong Xiao's expression also became extremely ugly all at once, and said in a solemn voice, "Master Source Knight, must you leave no room for maneuver?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "People have to pay a price for their actions. Yesterday, if I crippled you with a sword, then say sorry to you today, will you agree? Therefore, please do as you please." Wu Hao had already hung out with Emo for quite a few days. He was already astonished by Emo's alchemy skill. Emo's alchemy skill, he was aware of it, just a bit worse than his. But now, Emo's alchemy standard already Serpa, as set him all round. This discovery made Wu Hao inexplicably shocked. More than half a year, Emo's strength actually had such great improvement. This was simply a joke. The advancement of alchemy skills, who did not grind it out using time. Half a year's time. Even if there was progress, it would be negligible too. But Emo's improvement was too obvious. No wonder when seeing Source Knight, this 3-star fiend apothecary, even Emo, this 3-star fiend apothecary, was incomparably respectful. Now, it was his Wu Hao's turn to perform. Kong Xiao, not that I'm criticizing you, but what you said that day was too much. Since Master Source Knight said to blacklist you, could it be that you want to smack the Master's face in front of so many people? Please leave. Otherwise, you're offending everyone present. Wu Hao said in a solemn voice. Metal Heart also immediately stood up and said, Kong Xiao, please go out. Do you want to cause so many people to not see the Master Refine Pills because of you alone? Chapter 15:06 Not presentable if lower than heaven grade. Chapter 15:06 Not presentable if lower than heaven grade. Yeah, it's fine that you offended Master Source Knight yourself. But don't harm us. Quickly go, quickly go. We've already waited for Master Source Knight for half a month. Wanna die? Die yourself. Don't drag us into the water. I'm still waiting for Master Source Knight to refine pills to save lives. Still not getting lost. I'll fight it out with you. At this time, inside the Fiend Medicine Hall was packed with people. Everyone all turned the spearhead at Kong Xiao. Kong Xiao discovered that he seemed to have become a rat crossing the street, everyone yelling to beat, especially Wu Hao and Metal Heart, the two people's ATTI, Toots. It made him burn even more with rage. These two people wanted to step on him to get into Source Knight's good graces. He discovered that he really seemed to not be able to stay on anymore. Continue to thicken his face and stay on, he would be flayed and swallowed alive by these people. The two of you, I've remembered you. Go then, who's afraid of whom? Humph. I don't believe that listening to this kid's sermon, one can still ascend to heaven? Done talking, Kong Xiao left resentfully. He originally thought that he was, at any rate, a 3-star fiend apothecary, a Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master, that Yi Yuan would more or less give some face. Who knew that this brat did not give any face at all? In front of so many people, this face was completely lost. Regarding this little interlude, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. Visit our comic site, read Novelful. Live he had his own pride. This kind of pride was not allowed to be blasphemed. Since Kong Xiao desecrated his glory as an alchemist, he would have to bear the corresponding consequences. Next, starting the pill refinement. Yi Yuan said coolly, other masters refining pills had all kinds of requirements. Yi Yuan did not. As long as you did not rush up to make trouble, even if you made a racket below, it was no problem to. This was everyone's first time watching Master Source Knight refine pills. Each and every one of them held their breaths, looking rather excited. Although Yi Yuan did not request for it, inside the Fiend Medicine Hall was incomparably quiet at this time. Even if a needle fell on the ground, it could be heard clearly. Only when Yi Yuan refinished refining the first medicinal pills did those fiend apothecaries abruptly wake up. It's done? Wu Hao blinked a few times, looking somewhat not quite daring to believe it. This was a low-level 2-star divine pill. The majority of the people present could refine it, but from the beginning of the refinement until now, merely 2 hours had said. Wasn't this too quick? EMO and the rest had clearly long been accustomed to it, and said smugly, otherwise? Do you think that I'll call just any person my master? Ordinary 2-star divine pills. Master Source Knight doesn't take more than 2 hours to refine. Those a little harder wouldn't Serpa. 6 hours either. Wu Hao's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, no way, right? This is also too exaggerated. What about the quality? EMO smiled and said, won't you know if you take a look? At this time, Yi Yuan opened the furnace, the pill formed. That person who requested for the pill flushed red, incomparably agitated. Although the medicinal pill was not out yet, he was not worried about the medicinal pill's quality at all. Yi Yuan's palm shook. The medicinal pill flew out and landed in the jade container lightly. The gazes of Wu Hao and the rest turned intent, looking at the medicinal pill with unbelievable shock. Divine grade. My G. O. D. 2 hours to refine a divine grade divine pill. Are my eyes blurry? It was not just him alone who was shocked. The exclamations in the hall rose one after another, clearly all being stunned by Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. Yi Yuan's pill refinement was too profound. They could not understand it all, and only felt a surge of Tao ACCU mulations revolving around the pill furnace. However, they could understand the medicinal pill's grade. A 2-star fiend, apothecary, refined a divine grade divine pill in 2 hours. This was simply inconceivable. Divine grade medicinal pills were normally all high-rank fiend apothecaries refining low-level medicinal pills before there was a certain chance of being refined. Just the level of these fiend race fiend apothecaries. For a 3-star fiend apothecary to be able to refine a 1-star divine pill to divine grade, he could already burn incense and wars. H, I plus P the G, O, DS. 2-star divine grade divine pills. One wouldn't even think about it. Divine grade divine pill. It's actually a divine grade divine pill. I've never seen before a 2-star divine grade divine pill in my life before. Exclaimed a 2-star fiend apothecary. Those martial artists waiting for the pill refinement gave him a glance, using a look for looking at a fool, and said, "The medicinal pills that Master Source Knight refines, he's too Imbara. S. said to present it if lower than heaven grade. What are you all making such a big fuss for? Getting excited about a commonplace thing." Yeah, that was a 3-star fiend apothecary who was chased out earlier, right? That guy must be an idiot. That's why he would offend Master Source Knight. 3-star fiend apothecaries also have to obediently call him as a teacher when arriving in front of Master Source Knight. Said another person, L lower than heaven grade, can't present it? The corners of that 2-star fiend apothecary's mouth twitched. He had never refined heaven grade divine pills before in this lifetime. No, wait, never even refined superior grade before. Those Capone fiend medicine, Hall's fiend apothecaries had clearly become accustomed to this scene long ago. They did not feel that there was anything wrong. Rather, if Yi Yuan really refined a heaven-grade medicinal pill, only then would they get a surprise. Wu Hao and Metal Heart, 2 people exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment from the other's eyes. Although they had long known that Master Source Knight was very impressive, being impressive to this sort of degree still made them too surprised. Just looking at the pill refinement process earlier, Master Source Knight was a person from a completely different world than them. As a 3-star fiend apothecaries, they actually could not understand a 3-star fiend apothecary's pill refinement. In front of Yi Yuan, they were like mortals who did not know how to cultivate, watching immortals soar into the sky and tunnel into the earth. Knew that the other party was impressive, but just how impressive, they could not understand at all. At this instant, they were extremely delighted to have drawn a clear line with Kong Shao. Missing the sermon this time, they would regret it for life. Next, Yi Yuan said indifferently, that martial artist who received the medicinal pill previously expressed 1,000 thanks and left. The next, one brought his own spirit medicines and pill formula over. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of resting in the slightest, directly starting to refine. Wu Hao and the rest immediately held their breaths, watching Yi Yuan refine pills without S, H, I, plus ding their gazes, fearing of missing any detail. Divine grade, still divine grade. Half a day, the people who came to watch and learn were all dumbstruck with amazement. Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Capone Fiend Medicine Hall's fiend apothecaries all revealed an understanding slight smile on each and every one of their faces. Only a short while ago, they were like these people too, extremely shocked. But as Time Pa S said, they had long become numb. Master Source Knight's pill, refinement level, was not what they could imagine at all. It was precisely because of so that Capone Fiend Medicine Hall would revere Yi Yuan like a G-O-D from top to bottom. In the evening, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, "Let's call it a day here. Continue tomorrow." Everyone all stood up respectfully, automatically opening up a path, saluting with their eyes, seeing Yi Yuan away with their gazes. Marvelous work of art. Simply a marvelous work of art. Turns out that a marvelous work of art can still be refined like this. Wu Hao sighed with admiration. This trip wasn't in vain. This trip wasn't in vain. This trip is really worth it. Sigh, really envious of you all, able to watch Master Source Knight refine pills every day. Metal Heart said with a look of endless envy. No wonder each and every one of you, your strength improved by leaps and bounds. With Master Source Knight teaching, you all are killing us with envy, said another Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Chapter 15, 07 No Way. Chapter 15, 07 No Way. Younger sister Ihan, you're a dignified Fiend Lord Powerhouse, and even a Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. A puny little 2-star Fiend Apothecary. You can't even subdue him? In front of Ihan was a man in black robes. His expression was somewhat dark, clearly very unhappy. Ihan saw him getting angry, but she just smiled sweetly and said, "Big brother, Emohan, talk is cheap. Wait until after entering the ancient ruins. You can deal with him however you like. But right now, I really can't subdue him. Don't you question this. This brat is clever and isn't easy to knead. Things that he isn't willing to do, even if you break him in half. He won't take a step back either." This Emohan was Black Jade, Capital City's Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. Kong Xiao could only S this matter for him to know through secret channels in his helplessness. Emohan regarded this matter quite highly too, and immediately rushed over from Black Jade Capital City. He knew that Black Jade Capital City had already become all of the capital city's laughingstock, angering him until he directly gave Kong Xiao 2 large slaps. If not looking on the account that his alchemy skills were pretty good, he would have directly eradicated Kong Xiao. Angry was angry, but what should be remedied ultimately had to be patched up. Hence, he personally found Ihan, but who knew that Ihan actually said that she had no way? A Fiend Lord Powerhouse was actually powerless against a Fiend General. Wouldn't it make people laugh their heads off if this got out? Emohan said with a cold snort, "You're powerless against him, is it? I'll go and meet him personally. I want to see just how tough his bones are." Ihan said coolly, "If you want to pressure him with strength, I advise that you'd better not go, putting aside whether he agrees or not. If you get on his nerves, my side isn't easy to clean up the mess. You also know what entering the ancient ruin this time means. I don't want him to show up for work, but not exert himself after going in. You have to know, I only tethered him with the blood essence contract." Emohan's expression was slightly dark as he said, "Your meaning is to have me go and beg him?" Ihan smiled and said, "Why not? Don't think that your status is Blee. You aren't aware that his current standing among Fiend Apothecaries, probably even you, this Blood Yama Hall Master, can't compare to. Don't talk about 2-star Fiend Apothecaries. Even that bunch of 3-star Fiend Apothecaries all maintained manners of a student in front of him too. It is just that his current realm is still significantly lacking. When he grows up, you and I are both not enough to look at in front of him." Emohan's gaze turned slightly intent, looking at Ihan rather surprisedly. This appraisal was also a bit too high, right? He knew this Yi Yuan was formidable, but his understanding of Yi Yuan was all gotten from hearsay. Emohan came to find Ihan straight away. He really did not understand the situation inside the city right now. Could it be that this Source Knight was really formidable to this kind of degree? All right then, I promise you not to overwhelm him with force. I want to take a look at just what kind of person this brat is, Emohan said in a solemn voice. No way. When Yi Yuan found out Emohan's intention of coming, he directly threw him these two words. Emohan's expression instantly turned dark. This punk was also too freaking arrogant, right? He was an exalted Blood Yama Hall master, a fiend Lord Realm powerhouse. You actually did not even acknowledge me? Emohan was just about to fly off the handle, but saw Ihan winking at him nonstop. Emohan forcefully pressed down the anger in his heart and said, "This matter was all Kong Zhao's fault. I've already severely punished him and removed his position as the Hall Master. Master Source Knight, you're a magnanimous person. Don't stoop to his level." Although he said so verbally, a fiend Lord Powerhouse lowering his head to a fiend general, this was simply unprecedented humiliation. After the matter of the ancient ruins had said he would definitely find a chance to deal with this brat. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, how could he not perceive that the other party's words were not sincere? He just said indifferently, "I have my principles. Since I said to blacklist Black Jade Capital City, I never intended to take it back. Whoever comes to plead is useless too." You. Emohan could not help being exasperated. This punk was also too impervious to everything. He, a fiend Lord Powerhouse, already put the words to this kind of extent. Yi Yuan actually did not even give face. "All right, you state the terms. As long as we can let our people listen to you preach on the Tao, I'm willing to pay a certain price." Emohan said. Ihan by the side could not help revealing a peculiar expression. Why did this sound so strange? A feeling of asking for it. But Emohan himself clearly did not think so. He was currently in a fit of anger and very aggrieved. How would he think of these? However, Yi Yuan still said coolly, "Hall Master Emohan, I think that you're misunderstanding something. Even if you give me your position as Hall Master, I don't care for it too. All right, please go back." The Emohan who had restrained his anger and suppressed indignation all along finally exploded. "Me, what a rampant punk. Do you really think that this Hall Master doesn't dare to do anything to you?" While talking, a surge of powerful pressure spread out from Emohan, Cruz, plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Ihan was long prepared. The power on her body suddenly released too, blocking Emohan. "Brother Emohan, too far. If you're like this, I won't be courteous anymore." Ihan said in a solemn voice. Emohan said with a cold snort, "Ihan, I'll give you face this time. Punk, don't land in my hands. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Finished talking, Emohan directly shuttled through the void, disappearing. Ihan looked at Yi Yuan and could not help saying with a bitter smile, "Why did you have to do this? What's in it for you to offend a fiend Lord Powerhouse?" But Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Even if the sky falls, isn't there Hall Master Ihan to support? I have my principles in doing things. Some things that are done, one will have to bear the consequences." Ihan looked at Yi Yuan with gloomy resentfulness and said, "You brat, really making people worry." A month's time, more and more capital cities' fiend apothecaries gathered in Capone Capital City. For some time, Capone Capital City became the holy land of fiend apothecaries. Through Capone Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall statistics, the fiend apothecaries that came to listen to Yi Yuan preach on Tao this time were a total of 5,000 over people. These fiend apothecaries were subordinates of the Fiend Medicine Halls. The others, even Capone Capital City's fiend apothecaries, did not have the qualifications to listen to Yi Yuan preach the Tao. Capone Capital City's fiend apothecaries had long heard of Master Source Knight's great reputation. It was just too bad that they were not in a favorable position, and could not get the moon first too. How could the fiend medicine hall possibly let other forces, fiend apothecaries, come and benefit from their own light? Capone capital city's fiend medicine hall's fiend apothecaries all felt honored. This kind of grand occasion they had never seen before from birth until now. All of the fiend apothecaries were akin to making a pilgrimage pouring into Capone capital city. Due to overwhelming numbers, the Fiend Medicine Hall had long been unable to accommodate the fiend apothecary's observation. Therefore, it was stipulated later on that only the hall masters of the various capital cities' fiend medicine halls could enter inside to observe. Finally, it was time for the sermon on this day. Pa-s, sing from mouth to mouth. The fiend apothecaries later had already long learned how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was from the initialmost batch of fiend apothecaries. Regarding this sermon, it could be said to be antic. 1. P. Aided by millions. Chapter 15:08 Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Chapter 15:08 Great Tao Heavenly Melody. For the sake of this grand meet, the blood battle stage did not scruple for a lockdown for half a month. Although the losses were great, Blood Eagle did not care at all. Yi Yuan and Ka Xion's battle already helped him to earn 3 years of profit. What did a mere half a month count for? The blood battle stage that could accommodate several tens of thousands of people. Over 5,000 people sitting on it seemed somewhat empty. This time, on the main platform, there was only Yi Yuan's lone solitary figure. But this figure was very strapping and powerful in the eyes of the group of fiend apothecaries. That was an existence that made them admire with great admiration. Martial artists held powerhouses in awe and veneration. Fiend apothecaries were respectful towards powerhouses, respect from the bottom of their hearts. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth. Alchemy Tao is all-encompassing, sing, convoluted, and disorderly, seeming to have a multiple. 1, 2 things. As long as you sort out one end of the thread, you'll be able to reel silk from cock. O, and S, reaching the other sh. O-R-E. Alchemy Tao isn't simple and inflexible pill refinement. If you all understand it as a dreary vocation, you'll become mediocre. Alchemy Tao is a great Tao, the Tao of medicinal pills. The core lies in the medicine and not the pill. Yi Yuan's voice rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire blood battle stage. 5,000 fiend apothecaries were dead silent, listening like they were intoxicated. After reaching the Alchemy D realm, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao became even deeper. Talking tirelessly at this time was like chit-chatting about domestic trivialities. But in the other fiend apothecaries' ears, each word was a gem containing the maxim of great Tao. The sermon this time, Yi Yuan did not sleep nor rest for 15 days, talking for 15 days in a row. To deity realm powerhouses, not resting for 15 days was nothing. But this kind of sermon that contained the whereabouts of Tao was extremely energy-consuming. For ordinary people to be able to last 5 days was already pretty good. Yi Yuan preaching for 15 days in one go was seldom seen in the world. For the sake of the sermon this time, Yi Yuan also tidied up what he had learned since becoming an alchemy G.O.D. At this time, he talked naturally and smoothly, without the slightest bit of sluggishness. Yi Yuan went from shallow to deep. The things that he narrated became increasingly profound. On the first day, everyone listened like they were filled with wisdom. Many areas of alchemy Tao that they did not understand were enlightened all at once. On the second day, the things that Yi Yuan talked about became much deeper. There was already a small portion of people who felt fogged up in the clouds. On the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the things that Yi Yuan talked about became more and more profound. Even three-star fiend apothecaries also gradually felt somewhat taxing. However, not a single person left. They knew that the things Yi Yuan talked about were extremely hard to come by. Even if they did not understand a single word, it was also an exceedingly rare experience. Yi Yuan was using a very superficial way to display the Tao of medicinal pills to them. Although they only had a hazy nothing, this kind of experience was one of a kind. In the past, what was in front of them was a cloud of dense fog, unable to see the direction clearly at all. Now, Yi Yuan helped them to push aside the dense fog, letting them go in front to look around a bit. This kind of opportunity, not everyone had it, but they did not realize that a mysterious aura was gradually filling the air around. This aura developed from nothing, from weak to strong. Gradually, they discovered that Yi Yuan's voice became more and more distant. Yi Yuan was clearly speaking under the grandstand, but this voice seemingly came from the horizons. What's going on? The aura of Tao. This is the aura of great Tao. Great Tao heavenly melody. This must be great Tao heavenly melody. Master Source Knight's sermon has already triggered the resonance of great Tao. Right now, every word that he says contains the Tao. Didn't think that I could actually witness this moment. Great Tao heavenly melody, legend, says that it was only triggered once when the medicine ancestor preached about the Tao back then. My G, OD, could it be that this world is actually going to have another medicine ancestor appear? Just what kind of level has Master Source Knight's alchemy Tao realm reached? Stop talking freaking rubbish. Pay attention to the lecture. This kind of opportunity one might not encounter once in a lifetime. We only have to comprehend a tiny bit, and it will be enough to benefit for life. The current Yi Yuan was already completely immersed in the ocean of Tao, his entire person in a state of emptiness. Preaching Tao was giving others an advancement. How was it not a kind of advancement for oneself, too? In this half a month, Yi Yuan said his own understanding of Tao word by word. It could be said to be a summary and sublimation of his own alchemy Tao. Therefore, he was enlightened. The doubt and puzzlement during this period of time were brought together and understood thoroughly at this moment. Dustless looked at this scene with incredible shock and murmured, "It's really great Tao heavenly melody." Legends have it that back then, the medicine ancestor preached on Tao to a group of 8-star alchemy G. O. DS. Suddenly, great Tao resonated. Heavenly melody played, attracting the envelopment of laws. Only then did it establish the medicine ancestor's name. Could it be that Yi Yuan is already the same realm as him, but he's just 2-star alchemy G? OD. No idea how long had Pa.S. said either. Everyone suddenly woke up. Looking at the stage again, Yi Yuan's traces were already long gone. Master Source Knight already left. MN, I feel that. I'm going to break through. Me too. Master Source Knight's sermon made me have a feeling of being enlightened, coupled with the Tao ACCU, mulations of the great Tao heavenly melody. My realm finally loosened. Master Source Knight is truly AG. OD. Perhaps he can really become the second medicine ancestor. Those whose alchemy realms did not improve for many years, as long as one's talent was not too poor, it all produced a trace of insight this time. Even if one did not break through realm, their strength also had a Ma.S. civ advancement. These people left the blood battle stage in haste, all finding a place to enter close seclusion. Inside the world-suppressing steels, S.P.A.C., in front of the lesser Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan was wrapped up by the boundless aura of great Tao. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, revealing an understanding smile. The current Yi Yuan had already broken through his realm unknowingly, reaching grand completion, heaven glimpse. I didn't expect that unintentionally planting a willow led to the willow becoming shade. A single sermon on the Tao could actually let me break through the shackles. Not only did I create the heart-healing heavenly mark pill, it even opened the chaos heavenspan canon's third level's door. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Dustless said in surprise, "Just what realm are you right now?" Alchemy Tao was fleeting and ephemeral, even comparing him with other two-star Alchemy G. ODS. The disparity in strength could be very great. But this realm, no one had been able to differentiate it. Perhaps this two-star Alchemy G. D could only refine one more kind of divine pill than another two-star Alchemy G. OD. But the current Yi Yuan had clearly already said knowing how to refine a few types of divine pills, this kind of category. That was why Dustless would ask this. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This I can't say for sure. But I think that right now, two-star divine pills shouldn't pose any difficulty to me anymore." Dustless pupils constricted, somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's words. He knew that Yi Yuan was not someone who talked through his hat, let alone a man of hubris, for him to dare say. So, he definitely had some reliance. Refining two-star divine pills would not have much difficulties. This kind of words, probably only the medicine ancestor, this level of existence, dared to say, right? A long time ago, the medicine ancestor was once like you, triggering great Tao heavenly melody when preaching on Tao. Laws descended, him achieving the realm of half-ancestor. Could it be that you and the medicine ancestor are already in the same realm? Dustless said in alarm. Chapter 1509 Messenger from the Imperial City. 1509 Messenger from the Imperial City. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but shook his head and said, "Although I don't know what the situation of the medicine ancestor was back then, my realm is definitely far worse than him. He could attract a portion of laws to descend, but I can't. But my current realm is still very low. Many high-level alchemy Tao laws are not yet comprehended. One day in the future, if I can step foot into the realm of Heavenly Emperor, I presume it wouldn't be worse than the medicine ancestor." Yi Yuan had confidence beyond ordinary people in alchemy. Although the medicine ancestor was an existence that the entire heavenspan world's alchemists looked up to, he had confidence in being able to catch up head-on too. These words might be incomparably arrogant if others heard it, but Dustless had reason to believe that Yi Yuan had this strength and talent. One had to know, from when Yi Yuan entered the heavenspan world until now, it was less than 100 years, time. Being able to reach his current strength, it was simply inconceivable. At least, with Dustless's horizons, apart from the medicine ancestor, no one could compare to Yi Yuan. And the matter of Yi Yuan triggering the great Tao heavenly melody set off a huge storm among the Blood Yama Hall's fiend apothecaries. Master Source Knight is really too incredible. The things that he talked about simply subverted my understanding of alchemy. Isn't that so? I feel that my understanding in the past was too superficial. Master Source Knight's understanding of the alchemy Tao is on a completely different level than us. That's of course. Otherwise, how would he trigger great Tao heavenly melody? I say, will Master Source Knight become the second medicine ancestor or not? That's hard to say. Medicine ancestor. That level of existence is simply not what you and I can imagine. Master Source Knight is just a two-star fiend apothecary after all. There's still a very long road to walk. However, if he keeps maintaining momentum, I feel that it shows great promise. She mustn't talk about this matter anymore. Upstairs already issued a gag order. If heard, you won't even know how you died. Inside Capone Fiend Medicine Hall, two fiend apothecaries who had heard Yi Yuan's sermon were discussing in whispers. Except the Fiend Medicine Hall had already issued a gag order. They also could not resist the astonishment in their hearts. That was why they would discuss softly. Everyone was all guessing whether or not Master Source Knight could reach the medicine ancestor's height. After all, this was the second fiend apothecary who could trigger the great Tao heavenly melody after the Tao ancestor. One, of course, the heaven-span world was too big. Perhaps there were still other fiend apothecaries who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody, but they had never heard before. To be able to trigger great Tao heavenly melody while being a 2-star fiend apothecary, this was absolutely a sensational event. Slap, slap, slap. Inside Black Jade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall, Emohan gave one slap after another, slapping Kong Xiao into a pig's head. When he heard this news, his entire person was about to go completely berserk. He could already imagine it. Black Jade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's standard would be Serpa S, said by all the capital cities very soon. Great Tao Heavenly Melody. That's Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Are you a pig to actually offend a fiend apothecary who can trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody? The 2-star fiend apothecaries who broke through on the spot were 43 people. Half a month later, the people who broke through were 228 people. Now, there are still over 1,000 people in close seclusion, more than 1,000 people. But what about us? Not one, not a single one. You pig, it's fine that you lose face yourself, but you even want to cause this hall master to lose face together with you. Emohan roared at Kong Xiao, flinging one slap after another. The others watched this scene, all silent like cicadas in winter. The moment a fiend lord was enraged, corpses would litter 1,000 miles. But they understood Emohan's anger very much. This matter, if it were them, they would also be as furious as Emohan. In reality, they had long already cussed Kong Xiao's ancestors several tens of thousand times in their hearts. Such a fine opportunity was actually missed just like this. Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Missing this time, there probably would be no next time anymore. Emohan was seriously too angry. According to the news from the Hundred Nose Hall, all who went to Capone Capital City basically had 1 or 2 breakthroughs in every family. Those who did not break through, their strength made remarkable strides too. To be able to listen to great Tao Heavenly Melody, even if it was a pig, it could also unlock spiritual wisdom and step onto the path of cultivation, let alone people, but only their household alone did not have a single person present. The initiator of all this was Kong Xiao. How could Emohan not be furious? Finally, Emohan's anger subsided. Purple Cloud, from today onwards, you're the Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Kong Xiao will be degraded to a medicine slave from today onwards and locked in the dungeons to refine pills for 3,000 years. Finished talking, Emohan gave a cold snort and disappeared. Purple Cloud was a 3-star fiend apothecary too, but his strength was much worse than Kong Xiao's. He also did not expect that happiness came so suddenly. Demoted to be a medicine slave for 3,000 years, Kong Xiao basically did not have a day to hold his head up high anymore. 2 months' time had passed, said in a blink from Yi Yuan's sermon. During this period, Yi Yuan had been in closed seclusion, cultivating the whole time, triggering great Tao Heavenly Melody this time. The others had all rode on his coattails. The benefits that he obtained naturally need not be mentioned. The melody of great Tao needed time to slowly digest. 2 months later, Capone Capital City welcomed a very distinguished guest. I pay respects to Lord Heavenstar. Ihan gave a deep bow to this old man in front of her, her words filled with respect. Hoo-hoo. Oh, Ihan, this time, you've made great contributions this time. Heavenstar said with a beam. Heavenstar was Eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yamahal's 4-star high-rank fiend apothecary, a 9-layered heaven fiend Lord Powerhouse. His status was very venerated. Ihan smiled and said, Ihan doesn't dare to claim any credit. Heavenstar smiled and said, Ha, if there's merit, there's merit. Learning the human's pretense, for what? I really didn't expect that the tiny little Capone capital city could actually give birth to a fiend apothecary who can trigger great Tao heavenly melody. This boy must be controlled by my blood Yamahal. Ihan nodded and said, Lord Heavenstar, rest assured. After the ancient ruin, I'll personally escort him to the Imperial City. But Heavenstar shook his head and said, Hey, such a prodigy, how can you detain him over? Got to make him willingly serve our blood Yamahal. Ihan's brows furrowed slightly and said, This is probably very difficult. Lord Heavenstar doesn't know this. Ihan used the blood essence contract before barely managing to tie him onto the blood Yamahal, this boat. This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. It's likely very hard for him to submit wholeheartedly. But Heavenstar did not care and said with a broad smile, How can a genius who can trigger great Tao heavenly melody not be arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Only people who are capable have the right to be arrogant. This seat naturally knows that you can't subdue him. That's why I came personally. You bring him over, don't startle anyone. This matter, the Hall Master has already issued a gag order. Other factions are absolutely not permitted to know. Although the matter of Yi Yuan triggering great Tao heavenly melody was sensational, it was also limited to within the Blood Yamahal's boundary. The sermon was conducted at the Blood Battle stage. It was too easy for the Blood Yamahal to seal off the news. The Blood Yamahal did not need to block all of the news. They just needed to seal off the news about the great Tao heavenly melody, this incident, and that would do. Yi Yuan's alchemy skill being formidable was already not a secret in Capone capital city long ago. 1. This sentence is weird. Firstly, I think the author made a mistake and mistyped medicine ancestor as Tao ancestor. Second, this sentence insinuates that the first person who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody was a fiend. I think the author made a mistake. Chapter 1510 Blood Soul Curse. Chapter 1510 Blood Soul Curse. Your source knight? Heavenstar sized Yi Yuan up and could not help being somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's good looks. He actually did not look like a fiend. However, the pure fiend energy on Yi Yuan's body made him unable to find any fault. I pay respects to Senior Heavenstar. Yi Yuan's ATT. Tude was neither obsequious nor haughty. He was not especially respectful toward Heavenstar, even though the latter was a 4-star fiend apothecary. He had long considered the consequences of the great Tao heavenly melody. There was no way Eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yamahal headquarters would watch a genius like him slip by their side. In reality, Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would trigger the great Tao heavenly melody. Otherwise, he absolutely would not display it in front of people. If this kind of thing was known by others, it was impressive, but it was very easy to attract a fatal calamity to. Heavenstar coming to Capone capital city could only have one purpose. That was to have him join the Blood Yamahal, a fiend apothecary capable of triggering great Tao heavenly melody. His significance to the Blood Yamahal was absolutely extraordinary. Yi Yuan had long considered this result, and also knew that if he did not agree, there was only one outcome. That was death. The Blood Yamahal absolutely would not allow him to join other forces, then become their enemy. But Yi Yuan could not be too deliberate either. Geniuses needed to have the awareness of geniuses. Arrogance was a natural attribute of geniuses. Even though Yi Yuan was not haughty in front of Heavenstar, he must show arrogance. An alchemy genius capable of triggering great Tao, heavenly Tao not being haughty at all, this did not conform to common sense. The other party would definitely be suspicious. Hence his attitude was lukewarm toward Heavenstar. Of course, in Yi Yuan's heart, he did not have much veneration towards this so-called 4-star fiend apothecary. He triggered great Tao heavenly melody. Now, he already saw a world that others could not see. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the young are to be feared. Everyone says that my fiend race's fiend apothecary's level is too poor and can't groom powerful fiend apothecaries at all. Now, those people can all shut up. Heavenstar said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan objected incessantly in his heart. Just the standard of your fiend race's fiend apothecaries. It was simply too unsightly to look at. You actually still wanted to groom a powerful fiend apothecary? This Heavenstar was known as a 4-star high-level fiend apothecary. But Yi Yuan some that his standard was also not very high, compared to the human race's 4-star alchemy G. It was probably far off. The strength of fiend apothecaries still need to depend on the person, nothing to do with the race. Although disdainful in his heart, Yi Yuan still had a proud appearance. Heavenstar did not mind either, chuckling and saying, "Sit down and talk. Come and sample the blood G. DT that this old man brought. This thing, ordinary people can't drink it." As he said, Heavenstar pushed a pot of tea in front of Yi Yuan. Fragrance immediately overflowed. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the blood-like tea and did not detect anything strange. But right at this time, Dustless warned, "Yi Yuan, this guy wants to put the blood soul curse on you." Blood soul curse? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. After Yi Yuan entered this room, he looked very conceited on the surface. Actually, he was very vigilant inwardly, except he did not detect anything strange. The blood soul curse is a very sinister and profound method of the fiend race. It doesn't belong to the category of medicinal pills. Hence, you're unable to detect it too. See those lanterns with varying different shapes in the corners of the house? Dustless asked. Yi Yuan glimpsed with his peripherals. Sure enough, he discovered that each corner of the room had a bizarre-shaped lamp. The fiend race's preferences were very different from the human race to begin with, so Yi Yuan did not think too much either. He did not expect that a profound mystery was actually hidden in these lamps. Yi Yuan secretly thought what a close call. If not for Dustless being around, he would likely really fall for it this time. Saw it. What's wrong with these lamps? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless said, "These lamps have a name. They are called soul refining lamps. The wicks of soul refining lamps are refined with countless people's tendons. The refiner imprisons living souls in the wick of the lamps, incinerating with endless fire, tempering these living souls, making these living souls billow with monstrous resent. But on the surface, one can't tell it all. Don't talk about humans, even the fiend race themselves. If they didn't understand this Tao, they can't perceive the actual situation too." Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. This method was a little too cruel. Members of the fiend race were indeed all vicious and cold-hearted people. Back then, the fiend race also used similar methods to collect sanguine power and also went on a Ma.'s Saker. Then what does this blood soul curse have to do with the blood G? DT? Yi Yuan asked. The blood G. DT is indeed a rare spirit tea of the fiend race. It can help them increase fiend essence, matching the result of medicinal pills. It's just that this blood G, DT, is a crucial link of the blood soul curse. It is the prelude to launching the blood soul curse. Blood G, DT is grown by watering with those living souls' blood. Once you drink the blood G, oh, DT, those living souls suppressed in the lamp wicks will collectively unleash the power of the curse, making you get hit by the blood soul curse. People who get hit with the curse don't have the slightest feeling. But once someone activates the blood soul curse, you'll suffer the torment of the soul being devoured, experiencing a fate worse than death. It looks like they want to use this method to control you. Dustless said. Yi Yuan's heart sunk. He did not expect that this heaven star actually set up such a trap for him. His wrath rose with a whoosh. This blood Yamahal was indeed well-deserving of being a mysterious underground force, an existence even more horrifying than the City Lord Manor. He did not provoke anyone, and they actually used this kind of insidious method to deal with him. Senior, do you have a way to deal with this blood soul curse? If I don't drink this pot of tea, that old thing probably won't let it go. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan felt a headache too. He did not expect that preaching on the Tao actually caused such a major trouble. He broke through the alchemy Tao shackles because of preaching on Tao, but he also attracted Ma's civ trouble because of preaching on the Tao. It was really misfortune goes hand in hand with fortune. But Dustless smiled and said, "Did you forget what kind of existence I am? The soul-suppressing pearl is the ancestor of Soul Tao, unless a heavenly emperor powerhouse comes personally. Otherwise, how can a measly blood soul curse harm you? Moreover, I have a secret art that can absorb the power of the curse and feed it back to the soul-suppressing pearl. You just drink the blood G. Oh, DT, leave the rest to me." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart was put back in place. He smiled slightly, picked up the teacup, and drank the tea. Seeing this scene, the corners of Heaven Star's mouth revealed a smile of his wicked scheme succeeding. "How's the taste?" Heaven Star said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was full of praises. "Good tea. Refres. I plussing the mind, and actually has the effect of increasing fiend essence." Heaven Star laughed out loud and said, "Ha, if you like, I still have some here. I'll give them to you." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "How can this do? Such a grade of spirit tea. It must be very precious, right? Source Knight cannot receive benefits without sowing anything." Heaven Star pressed him down and said with a smile, "Younger brother Source Knight, I'll call you as my younger brother. You're a clever person and should have guessed this old man's intention of coming, right? My blood Yamahal's strength is powerful until you can't imagine it. With your talent, there's only joining our blood Yamahal that can let you radiate splendor." Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression and said with a smile, "Senior, Heaven Star is very kind. It's just that Source Knight still doesn't plan on joining any faction for the time being." Heaven Star was not surprised either and said very meaningfully, "Don't be in a hurry to reject. You go back and consider it first. Perhaps you'll have a change of heart." Chapter 15:11. I have yielded. Chapter 15:11. I have yielded. After Yi Yuan left, Ihan's figure appeared. "Lord Heaven Star, I didn't expect that you actually employed the blood soul curse." Ihan said with some surprise. The blood soul curse was extremely powerful. Even if it was a fiend lord powerhouse, once suck, you, bed, they would wish that they were dead too, without any room to resist. Using it to deal with Yi Yuan was simply using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Moreover, the materials to prepare the blood soul curse originally needed to expend a lot of manpower and material resources before it can be successfully refined. Just a pot of blood G. Oh, DT was a priceless treasure. Even the blood Yamahal would rarely use it too. Blood soul curse was normally in order to deal with some very troublesome characters. Heaven Star smiled faintly and said, "Using the blood soul curse to deal with a major figure who might become the medicine ancestor, it's definitely worthwhile. Ihan was still rather worried as she said, "This kid is someone who would rather break than bend. Is the blood soul curse really effective?" Heavenstar laughed loudly and said, "Effective? Take away the question mark. There was once a half-step fiend king's existence. After falling under the blood soul curse, he laid P.R.O.N.E. in front of Lord Hallmaster like a dog, begging for mercy. This kid is merely a fiend general. Do you think it will be effective or not?" Ihan's gaze turned intent, clearly incomparably shocked. Half-step fiend king, what kind of powerful existence was that? In front of the blood soul curse, he actually did not have any ability to resist at all. Ihan only knew that the blood soul curse was powerful, but did not know how powerful the blood soul curse was. The example that Heavenstar gave let her have an intuitive understanding. Heavenstar continued, "The blood soul curse won't kill, but the curse power of countless resentful souls, that agony of the soul being devoured, no matter how powerful the person's mind, they can't withstand it too. Tonight, let this boy experience it a little. I think that he'll take the initiative to come and find me very soon." Ha! Talking about the exciting part, Heavenstar could not refrain from letting out a big laugh. For the Blood Yamahal to be able to solicit an alchemy genius who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody, how could Heavenstar not be happy? But does he know that we're playing tricks? Ihan asked, although this boy is stubborn and unruly, he's incredibly smart, as long as he gets H.I.T. by the blood soul curse. He'll know that it's definitely related to us. Heavenstar said. It was nighttime. Yi Yuan continued to meditate and visualize in front of the Lesser Heavenspan mountain, deducing the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's third-level cultivation method. Suddenly, the soul-suppressing pearl in his sea of consciousness moved strangely. Indeed came. That old punk thinks of himself to be clever, but he doesn't know that it became a wedding gift for this old man. Dustless laughed coldly. The soul-suppressing pearl exited Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness silently and suspended on top of his head. The soul-suppressing pearl emitted rays of dark red light, appearing very strange. But inside the soul-suppressing pearl, Dustless started chortling with laughter. The soul force curse of the blood soul curse is simply a great tonic. With this soul force curse, I should be able to recover to Tier 3. Yi Yuan was still immersed in the visualization and was completely oblivious to the outside world's events. Dustless told him not to bother about anything and just care about cultivating. Amidst the dark red light, the soul-suppressing pearl's aura became stronger and stronger. Dustless's entire person was also coiled up by the dark red light, his entire person looking seemingly somewhat strange and demonic. But his aura gradually became stronger. In the secret room, sweat gradually seeped out on Heavenstar's forehead. This brat is also too able to hold out, to actually still not yield until now. Activating the blood soul curse had to use one's soul force as a guide to lead the resentment in the soul, refining lamps out. The person being cast on naturally would not give in obediently. The other party would definitely use their soul force to resist the power of the curse. When the other party utterly gave up resisting, Heavenstar would be much more relaxed and not need to expend so much soul force. Heavenstar completely did not think that a puny little fiend general could actually resist for so long. How could he know that his opponent was not Yi Yuan at all, but an old monster who had lived for goodness knows how long? Furthermore, this old monster was even the blood soul curse's jinx. The current Dustless was simply feeling way too good, while Yi Yuan was currently immersed in creating the cultivation method and unable to extricate himself. Indeed, worthy of being a genius able to trigger great Tao heavenly melody. This willpower, This soul force, it's not what a fiend general should have at all. Heavenstar also secretly praised. Finally, Heavenstar felt the soul force ease up. Clearly, the other party had given up resisting. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Heavenstar's mouth, and he said, "Ha! Even if your talent is outstanding under the blood soul curse, you can only submit obediently to. Forget it. I will only torture you for 2 hours tonight. If you don't come tomorrow, I'll continue again tomorrow." 2 hours later, Heavenstar withdrew the technique contentedly. In his mind, after Yi Yuan was brought to the limits, he should be lying any on the ground right now without any strength at all. The second night, Heavenstar expended a Herculean effort again before settling Yi Yuan. 5 days said consecutively. Even Heavenstar himself felt like it was a little more than he could bite off. But he still did not see Yi Yuan coming over to submit. But Ihan was somewhat anxious already and said to Heavenstar, "Lord Heavenstar, could this boy have played some trick and didn't get hit by the blood soul curse at all?" Heavenstar's face fell and he said, "Nonsense! This old man watched him drink the blood Deity with my own eyes. Could it be that a puny little fiend general can play sleight of hand in front of me?" Ihan thought about it and also felt that it was not too likely, but a measly little fiend general was actually able to hold out for 5 days. This made the two of them feel unimaginably queer. "I don't mean that. What I meant was, no need to say any more. This boy can trigger great Tao heavenly melody. He can't be judged with common sense in the first place. Tonight, I'll increase the blood soul curse's power. Let him know what's truly called agonizing until he wished he was dead. I don't believe that he can still not yield." Heavenstar said in a cold voice, but inside the soul-suppressing pearls Dustless had a satisfied look. Absorbing the soul force curse these few nights already let him recover to the state of Tier 3. "Gui Yun, advantages can't be taken up by me alone. Today, your turn. This power of curse is similarly a great tonic to you. 1 night should be enough for you to break through to 3-star. Dustless said with a hearty laugh. Gui Yun's strength had long reached peak 2-star already. Now, with Dustless's help, breaking through to 3-star was something that would happen without extra effort. The moment Gui Yun heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Dustless smiled and said, "Still saying this to me, for what? It's here. You prepare yourself. Salt 3-star. Another full night said, even with Heavenstar's soul force, he was somewhat collapsing too, but it was also precisely because of this that he was even more confident in Yi Yuan's prospects. A genius with hopes of reaching the medicine ancestors' heights was naturally extraordinary. The second day morning, Yi Yuan withdrew from within the world-suppressing steels, SPAC. Master, Gui Yun bowed down to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, "You broke through?" Gui Yun also smiled and said, "All thanks to Senior Dustless. Last night, I borrowed the power of the curse and successfully broke through to 3-star. Yi Yuan laughed out loud when he heard that and said, "This old man really gave us a big gift. It's time to go and yield. Otherwise, that old boy will probably go crazy." Chapter 15, 12 Fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure. Chapter 15, 12 Fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure. In front of Heavenstar, Yi Yuan's expression was weary, his complexion pale, looking like he had a serious illness. Seeing Yi Yuan's state, he was very satisfied. Of course, he was also not much better than Yi Yuan. He was almost squeezed dry by Dustless and Gui Yun, 2 people these few days. Although Heavenstar's soul force was strong, it could not withstand the soul-suppressing pearl. this grade of Empyrean spirit treasures extraction. Senior Heaven Star, the matter that you said a few days ago, I've considered it. I've decided to join the Blood Yama Hall. Yi Yuan said, "Haha, he who understands the times is a wise man. Younger brother Source Knight, your future accomplishments are unimaginable. Joining our Blood Yama Hall is absolutely a correct choice. This trip, I'll enter the mystic realm together with you all. After you come out from the mystic realm, I'll bring you straight to the Imperial City." Heaven Star said with a laugh, "Senior, arrange as you wish." The current Yi Yuan seemingly lost all of his edge, becoming very docile. Just putting on an act doesn't take a great effort anyway. As long as you are happy. Heaven Star only represented eminent Orchid Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master to come and subdue Yi Yuan. He really did not dare to offend too much. Yi Yuan was bound to be in existence, lording over him in the future. Offending now, it would be hard to avoid squaring of accounts after the autumn harvest. On the contrary, he even had to think of ways to dispel the unhappiness in Yi Yuan's heart for a period of time in the days to come. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan stacked the deck against him in the future, that would be bad. Besides, establish H.I. plus Inga relations. H.I. plus P with such a genius had tremendous help to him too. Therefore, that was why he would call Yi Yuan as his younger brother again and again, sounding very cordial. "Ha, younger brother Source Knight, really sorry about it. It's truly that the Hall Master loves talent. But we also know that you won't give in obediently. That's why we would come up with this plan. You rest assured, as long as you join the Blood Yama Hall, the incidents these few days absolutely won't happen again." Heaven Star's words carried an ingratiating intent, but Yi Yuan did not appreciate it at all, and said with a displeased look, "Senior is too kind. Source Knight dares not." Said he dare not, but that expression was an unhappy face. Heaven Star secretly cursed and said with a laugh, "Oh, younger brother, don't have this expression. This medicinal cauldron, elder brother, I have used for 10,000 years. You shouldn't have a convenient medicinal cauldron currently yet, right? Elder brother, we'll give it to you." A tiny little medicinal cauldron appeared on Heaven Star's palm, then rapidly enlarged and landed on the ground. An incomparably profound aura filled the room. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "Could this be a fiend Lord Mystic Treasure?" Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heaven Star finally let out a sigh in relief. As expected, to fiend apothecaries, a medicinal cauldron was an irresistible temptation. Gifting away a fiend Lord Mystic Treasure was also a sieve hemorrhage to Heaven Star. Mystic treasures were higher-order existences than celestial deity divine artifacts. Those suitable for divine Lord Realm martial artists to use were divine Lord Mystic treasures. Those suitable for celestial deity realm martial artists to use were called celestial deity mystic treasures, so on and so forth. It was just that. The human race called it divine Lord Mystic Treasure, and the fiend race called it fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. The naming was different, but the function was largely the same. It was just that the fiend race's fiend Lord Mystic Treasures were a little more suitable for the fiend race. The technique for forging a mystic treasure was extremely complicated. A 4-star artifact, D might not be able to craft a fiend Lord Mystic Treasure, even by spending several thousand years. Hence, each fiend Lord Mystic Treasure was incomparably precious. To a martial artist, a mystic treasure was a tremendous allure. Not every divine Lord Realm martial artist could own a divine Lord Mystic Treasure, such as Ihan, Emohan, these Hall Masters. Even though they were Fiend Lord powerhouses, they did not have Fiend Lord Mystic Treasures in their hands at all. When the Ihan by the side saw this scene, she made no effort to conceal her envy at all. Her IBALLS almost popped out. She had already become a fiend lord powerhouse for 20,000 years, but did not even have a single fiend lord mystic treasure. Yi Yuan was great. A puny little fiend general actually had a fiend lord mystic treasure. Lord, Heavenstar really made a big move. Hoo-hoo, younger brother Source Knight indeed has good eyesight. It's called Profound Yellow Cauldron, a low-grade fiend lord mystic treasure. It has already followed me for 50,000 years. Today, I'll give it to younger brother. Just take it as making an apology. Heavenstar looked very generous as he said this. Luckily, Hall Master promised that as long as I bring Source Knight back, he'll award me a middle-grade fiend lord mystic treasure. Otherwise, I'd really can't bear to give the Profound Yellow Cauldron to people with both hands just like this. Heavenstar secretly thought. Even so, for Heavenstar to be able to gift the Profound Yellow Cauldron to Yi Yuan, he had made a huge resolve too. Who would mind having too many mystic treasures? Yi Yuan was also greatly surprised in his heart, not expecting that he would have such a harvest. This Heavenstar was really a wealthy person. He had already expended soul force to gift Dustless and Gui Yun with breakthroughs. Now, he actually gave him a fiend lord mystic treasure too. TSK, really generous when making his move. Yi Yuan gave Heavenstar a suspicious glance and said, "Really giving to me?" Heavenstar smiled and said, "Can this still be fake?" "How is it?" Realized elder brother's sincerity, right? Planting the blood soul curse on you was truly no choice. It's really that we're eager and love talents. I've already removed the owners. HI plus P, the Profound Yellow Cauldron is a masterless item now. You just have to nurture it with fiend soul sanctification, and it's yours. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "All right then, since Senior Heavenstar is so sincere, Source Knight naturally can't put on airs anymore. This Profound Yellow Cauldron, I'll accept it. Our matter is written off." The moment Heavenstar heard, he could not help being overjoyed, and said with a big laugh, "Younger brother is indeed forthright. In the future, when you reach Eminent Orchid Imperial City, whatever things that you can't settle, feel free to tell me. Elder brother still has some face in Eminent Orchid Imperial City." Yi Yuan smiled as he clasped his hands and said, "Then Source Knight will thank Senior first." Returning to the Fan family, after Yi Yuan had the Profound Yellow Cauldron acknowledge a master, he tried refining a few medicinal pills. The more he used, the more he liked it. TSK. Indeed, well deserving of being a fiend Lord Mystic Treasure to actually have the effect of strengthening divine fire. Refining pills in the future won't need to find them to borrow divine fire each time anymore. This pill refining efficiency also increased significantly. Now, when I refine ordinary 2-star divine pills, it only needs less than an hour. MN, what's this? Yi Yuan discovered that inside the Profound Yellow Cauldron formed its own SPAC. Inside had 2 wisps of auras circulating erratically. They were very mysterious. "That's a wisp of profound yellow energy," Dustless said. "Profound yellow energy?" Yi Yuan was puzzled. Clearly, he had never heard of this name before. When Divine Lord Realm opens up a world, it will birth this profound yellow energy. Profound as heaven, yellow as earth. Inside this Profound Yellow Cauldron incorporates a trace of profound yellow energy. Each time you refine pills, it will be equivalent to your Great Tao pill refinement in the past, Divine Lord Realm explained. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Back then, he refined pills with Great Tao, refining the Tao-defying pill. That scene was still fresh in his mind. the might of heaven and earth to refine pills was absolutely extraordinary. Indeed, worthy of being a fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure. This is undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger to me. Yi Yuan said, being satisfied. Dustless laughed loudly and said, Heaven Star, this old punk used all sorts of intrigues and wiles, but gave you wedding dresses everywhere. When he discovers that it's drawing water with a sieve, all for naught, wonder what kind of expression he'll have. Chapter 1513, Heading for the Ancient Ruins. Chapter 1513, Heading for the Ancient Ruins. Outside the Fan family's front door, Fan Lin, Fan Yu, and Li Ji were all sending Yi Yuan off. Family head, please go back. This period of time, many thanks for family head's care, Yi Yuan said with cupped fists. Fan Lin hurriedly smiled, fawningly, and said, What's Master Source Knight saying? It's my Fan family that benefited from you. These few years, the Fan family could be said to be like the noonday sun, their limelight even pus. Plussing down the city lord manners. Seizing this opportunity, the Fan family expanded its forces without restraint and obtained tremendous benefits. Furthermore, the Fan family already faintly had the momentum of Capone's #1 clan because of coming into contact with the Blood Yamahal, this Leviathan. Fan Lin understood in his heart, and all of this was thanks to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Family head is too courteous, taking the king's salary, sharing the king's burden. Since I'm a retainer of the Fan family, I naturally have to contribute to the Fan family. Fan Lin smiled and said, This Fan knows that the Fan family's bit of salary, Master holds it in contempt. For Master to be able to keep on staying in the Fan family, this Fan is endlessly grateful. Li Ji, Master Source Knight, is leaving. Why aren't you sending him off? As he said, he winked desperately at Li Ji. Learning the news that Yi Yuan was leaving, Li Ji's entire person was listless, dispirited these few days. Her heart was long dedicated to Yi Yuan, but who knew that in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan became an existence that she looked up to. The gulf between the two became bigger and bigger. Now, Yi Yuan was about to leave straight away. Li Ji's entire person was fluid. Tiered. Source Knight. Have a pleasant journey. Holding in for a long time, Li Ji only squeezed out this one sentence. Suddenly, she discovered that there was already no common language with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Li Ji, take care. Mountains and water will meet. Perhaps we'll still meet again. All right, it's getting late. Source Knight will take his leave. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Long Zhan and turned around and left. With his current status, bringing away a slave was naturally nothing. Li Ji looked at Yi Yuan's back view foolishly, a row of clear years quietly falling. Fan Lin looked at this scene and said with a sigh, My good daughter, you're a person from a completely different world from him. He's like the sun in the sky, blinding until people can't open their eyes, while we're destined to be ordinary. Although the matter of the great Tao heavenly melody did not leak out for him to be able to preach on Tao for several hundred capital cities' alchemy elites, this kind of strength was simply inconceivable. The imperial city was Yi Yuan's stage to display his talents. Younger brother Source Knight actually didn't bring that lot S from the Fan family. Very surprising. Seeing Yi Yuan, Heaven Star went up to welcome with a big laugh. Li Ji and Yi Yuan's ambiguous relations. H-I+P, Heaven Star was naturally aware. He even thought that Yi Yuan would bring along Li Ji. After all, that little girl was indeed alluring. To me, cultivation is the most important thing. Others will only distract me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Heaven Star could not help being secretly shocked when he heard. For Yi Yuan to be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, what he relied on was not just talent. According to his understanding, Yi Yuan indeed secluded himself all year round. The majority of the time was used on cultivation. Ha! Younger brother really makes me perspire in shame. No wonder younger brother can achieve such accomplishments at a young age. Yi Yuan smiled. Suddenly, he discovered that Heavenstar's attire was somewhat weird. It was a servant's attire. Furthermore, Heavenstar concealed his aura. One could not tell the actual situation from the exterior at all. Yi Yuan Heavenstar, Yi Yuan wondered. Heavenstar smiled and said, although the ancient ruins trip this time is led by our blood Yamahal, dragons and fishes are jumbled up together. There are forces from everywhere. Your existence is of great significance to our blood Yamahal. If we let them know that I personally went into action, it will surely arouse a lot of speculations. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. Ihan did not scruple to let him finish off Ka Xian in order to pick him out. The ones entering the ruins this time were definitely the various major capital cities' top geniuses. The lousiest were probably also Ka Xian's level. There were even quite a number of geniuses who were probably already Fiend Commander realm. For this, the Blood Yamahal probably also used up quite a few favors. Expending such a great cost seemed like the ancient ruins this time were extraordinary. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, let's go then. Longzhan, you go to the imperial city first and help me clean up a bit. Longzhan bowed and said, yes, master. The current Longzhan already broke through the bottleneck, becoming an origin deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan, naturally, would not let Longzhan really go to eminent Orchid Imperial City. These words were just in order to set Heavenstar's mind at ease. He already instructed Longzhan to make a detour to Tide Rain City halfway and wait for him. Yi Yuan would go and meet up with him after shaking off Heavenstar, and Ihan, these two troubles. Sure enough, when Heavenstar heard Yi Yuan's words, he revealed a look of relief. Longzhan was just a slave. He naturally would not put him in his sights. What was important was Yi Yuan's attitude. Looks like the profound yellow cauldron really had a considerable effect. Yi Yuan seemed to have already accepted the fact of joining the Blood Yamahal. After Longzhan left, the party boarded the flying boat. Yi Yuan was also alarmed by the Blood Yamahal's strength, one mystic treasure after another. This flying boat was a middle-grade fiend Lord Mystic treasure. When flying, it had the effect of shuttling through S.P.A.C., its speed extremely fast. Along the way, Heavenstar fawned on Yi Yuan in every possible way. How was there any heirs of a fiend lord? Yi Yuan naturally could not hide his inadequacies by keeping too quiet as well. Occasionally giving Heavenstar a pointer could make him happy for half a day. Although Heavenstar's realm was high, in terms of foundation skills solidness, Yi Yuan flung him more than 10 streets behind. Just like that, the three people rode the flying boat for more than half a month before arriving where the ruins were located. The ruins were near eminent Orchid Imperial City's west side's Trace Light City. The date was approaching. The various major capital cities' elites were also hurrying on the way. When the three people arrived at the vicinity of the ruins, a large group of people already gathered here. The three people's arrival did not cause too big of a disturbance. Yi Yuan swept a glance, his gaze suddenly stopping on a group of people in the middle. 6 young men, gaze as sharp or as extraordinary. One look, and obviously they were experts. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's gaze, those 6 people actually collectively looked over at Yi Yuan. But after they discovered that Yi Yuan was only Grand Completion Fiend General Realm, they immediately lost interest, all going to do what they should be doing. Those 6 people were all initial rank Fiend Commanders. Clearly, their strength was very powerful. What keen perception. I merely swept a glance, and they noticed me. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked. Those 6 people are conferred as eminent Orchid Six sons. Their strength looks down on everyone among eminent Orchid Imperial City's young generation. They are the same as Ka Xin, all killing their way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But they are stronger than Ka Xin. Ihan said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "So that's how it is. An imperial city's resources are indeed not what a capital city can compare to." Although Ka Xian was formidable, when placed in the imperial city, it was not quite enough to look at. Right now, there were roughly 1 to 200 young geniuses present. Each one of these people was not inferior to Ka Xian. "Yo, isn't this our Master Source Knight? TSK, both an alchemy genius and also a martial arts genius. It really makes people admire him. Azure Phoenix, if you were to encounter Master Source Knight, you have to greet him properly." Chapter 1514 Purple Extreme, SEC. Chapter 1514 Purple Extreme. Secretary, Mo Han directly blocked the 3 people's path. Beside him even tagged along a youngster with bright eyes and refined features. Yi Yuan briefly sized up this Azure Phoenix and discovered that this person's gaze was deep and unusually calm. Clearly, he was not a simple person. Ihan's brows furrowed, and she said with a cold snort, "Mo Han, what do you mean?" Mo Han's eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, "No meaning. Master Source Knight gained face for me, so I got to give back a little. Don't you think so?" Toward Yi Yuan, Mo Han was currently extremely resentful. He already became all of the Blood Yamahal's Hall Masters joke right now. Just earlier, he was even mocked by people. However, if he was mocked, he was mocked. He could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Mo Han was not a fool. He knew that Yi Yuan would definitely get the headquarters' heavy emphasis. After all, an alchemy genius capable of triggering the great Tao heavenly melody was seriously too rare. But before this, he still had to win back a bit of ground. Otherwise, it would be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. The news of Heavenstar coming to find Yi Yuan, only Ihan alone knew. Now, Heavenstar changed his looks and hid his aura, following by Ihan's side. He looked just like an old servant. Mo Han did not recognize him at all. Yi Yuan gave Mo Han a glance and said coolly, "Whatever tricks there are, feel free to use them." But Mo Han grinned and said, "Ha, still so arrogant. What's competed inside this ruins isn't alchemy, but martial arts. Do you think that by winning Ka Xian, that kind of weakling, you're invincible under the heavens? Even if you're a genius, if you perish inside the ruins, then you aren't a genius no more." These words were a blatant threat. Humph! Hall Master Mo Han is really so awe-inspiring. You even dare to scheme against a person that headquarters want. A thunderous voice entered his eyes. Mo Han's brows furrowed when he heard that, and was just about to fly off the handle. Suddenly, he discovered that a pale blue flame danced on the fingertips of that old man behind Ihan. His gaze turned sharp, immediately recognizing this flame. This pale blue flame was called Cerulean Heavenly Fire, the divine fire of the Imperial City's fiend medicine, Hall's Elder Heavenstar. This shock was by no means insignificant. This old man was actually Elder Heavenstar coming in person. Mo Han panicked and was just about to bow when Heavenstar transmitted his voice once more. "Hush up! Good that you know. This old man's trip is confidential. If you dare to call it out, be careful of your little life. Also, you'd best warn the people you brought. If they dare to touch Yi Yuan, you know the consequences." Mo Han sweat profusely, frightened until his soul left his body. HR originally thought that he could borrow the opportunity of the ruins this time to deal with Yi Yuan up well, but he did not expect that upstairs moved so quickly. They actually already sent Elder Heavenstar over. Ha! Young Sister Ihan came, ha! Master Source Knight. Younger Sister Ihan, you came so slow. Younger Sister Ihan, Master Source Knight, our Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master even made me pa S on a message, insisting on thanking you all. At this time, there were also quite a few people who noticed Ihan two people. Those Hall Masters all came up to greet. When Mo Han saw this scene, it was like he was granted amnesty, retreating to one side obediently. How could he still dare to speak? Even though the matter of Yi Yuan triggering great Tao heavenly melody could not be said to the outside world, the matter of him preaching on Tao was not considered a secret. Those Hall Masters coming up to greet was also something within reason, except these geniuses were all mostly kept in a dark, not knowing what was going on at all. A large group of Fiend Lord powerhouses was actually so polite to a Fiend General. It frightened them badly. Who is that kid? His strength is so weak, but he can actually make so many important people go up to say H-E-L, low. More than say H-E-L, low. Why do I feel that the Hall Masters are currying favor with him? Could it be that this kid's strength already Serpa? S said us? This isn't possible, right? Bulls. H-I plus T. What do you guys know? That kid is a fiend apothecary. Heard that his alchemy strength is extremely formidable. The last time at Capone Capital City, he preached on Tao for quite a few Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Masters. What? A 2-star Fiend Apothecary preaching on Tao for Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Masters? This. No wonder these Hall Masters have this ATT. Tude. The geniuses all gathered around and started gossiping about Yi Yuan's origins. Very soon, Yi Yuan's details were figured out clearly by them. Hearing that Yi Yuan was an alchemy expert, they lost interest in Yi Yuan. How much threat could an alchemy expert fiend general pose to them? At this time, a wave of fiendish energy surged. A powerful aura descended from the sky. Elder DN. The group of Hall Masters bowed. Clearly, this Lord Dian's position in the Blood Yama Hall was extremely high. Dian's gaze swept over Heavenstar there, and he opened his mouth to say indifferently, "The time has arrived. Now, I'm going to activate the ruins. Those who can enter and clear it in the end will have generous rewards. But all of the rewards inside these ruins all belong to my Blood Yama Hall. Whoever dares to pocket, it will become enemies with my Blood Yama Hall." Talking to the back, DN seethed with killing intent, making all of the geniuses' hearts turn cold. Yi Yuan was also surprised when he heard it. It seemed like the rewards inside these ruins were quite generous. DN reached his hand out and waved. 1,000 milky white stones suspended in the air. He formed a seal. 1,000 milky white stones emitted a dazzling light, shooting straight at the door of the ruins. It's middle-grade fiend essence stones. My G.O.D. 1,000 middle-grade fiend essence stones. The Blood Yama Hall is so extravagant. Looks like this ruin is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Blood Yama Hall expended such a great price to bring us over. Looks like the rewards inside this ruin are huge. Those 1,000 milky white stones were a higher-level existence than low-grade fiend essence stones. They were middle-grade fiend essence stones. One piece of middle-grade fiend essence stone was equivalent to 10,000 pieces of low-grade fiend essence stones. That was something used by Fiend Lord and above powerhouses. In capital cities, this level of city, it was extremely rare for middle-grade fiend essence stones to appear. Middle-grade fiend essence stones were very precious and tend to have demand, but no market. Dian's opening move was 1,000 pieces. It was truly extravagant. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black cave. Younger brother Source Knight, after going in, take good care. If you see that the matter can't be done, just directly give up. You have to know your life is more important than the treasures inside the ruins. Heavenstar transmitted his voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder brother, rest assured. I won't treat my life as a joke. Everyone, I'll go in then. After entering, you all will naturally know what you should do, D.N. said coolly. When the geniuses heard that, they did not hesitate either, directly entering in a single line, disappearing into the cave. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and was actually directly transported away. When he appeared again, he already arrived inside a vast hall. And he actually appeared on a ring looking again. Yi Yuan discovered that there were actually 12 arenas in the hall, and he just happened to occupy one. Same as Yi Yuan, there were 11 others standing on the rings, appearing somewhat at a loss. Welcome to the Purple Extreme Sex Land of Inheritance. An archaic voice echoed out inside the hall. Chapter 1515 Soft Persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. 1515 Soft Persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. Purple Extreme Sect? What's that? Never heard of it before. Does the Heavenspan world have sex? This sort of thing? These ancient ruins are so strange. The Heavenspan world did not have sect forces at all. All of the forces were all under the control of cities, making clear distinctions. Now, a purple extreme sect suddenly appeared, surprising the group of geniuses greatly. But that voice clearly did not care what everyone thought, and continued on its own. The ones occupying the 12 arenas are arena lords. The others each have one chance to challenge. The one who wins is the arena lord. The loser will be eliminated. Now, you all can freely pick your opponent. The 12 people remaining on the rings in the end will get the Purple Extreme Sex generous rewards. The moment the voice faded, a din immediately broke out in the hall. Swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus quite a number of martial artists reacted very quickly, all scrambling after one another, flying up toward Yi Yuan's ring. In a blink, 20 martial artists arrived on Yi Yuan's ring. Bang! When the number of people on Yi Yuan's ring reached 24, the martial artist at the back seemed to have directly hit a wall. He was ejected out far away. Ouch! Miserable screams echoed together. Seeing this scene, the others could not help being secretly regretful and angry. Clearly, Yi Yuan's arena was already full. It was already too late for others to want to go up. Yi Yuan was clearly the only soft persimmon in the 12 arenas, the easiest to need, while the rest were at least all half-step fiend commander realm. Wanting to win would probably still have to expend some effort. Sigh. Those tortoise grandsons really know how to take advantage of this. In this blink of an eye, they filled the ring. Just this one soft persimmon looks like it won't be our turn to need. Looks like this arena is the best in standing out. Mustn't run into the eminent Orchid Six sons, otherwise dead for sure. Below the arenas were animated discussions. Clearly, they were quite unhappy with the current situation. While at this time, the eminent Orchid Six sons also each chose a ring and slowly stepped up. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one shrunk back at the sight of it. Among the people present, there were a total of 8 fiend commander realms. These 8 people had a tacit understanding, each choosing a ring. Therefore, the other 3 arenas became very popular. It was only to see figures swarming over toward those 3 rings one after another inside the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining people even came to blows in order to fight for these 3 rings. For a moment, spiritual energy crisscrossed inside the hall, tremors intense. Very soon, amidst a series of screams, those 3 rings were also filled. The remainder people wailed all round. These 8 rings were without the least bit of suspense. It would definitely be those fiend commander powerhouses who win in the end. Hence, some people started to be reluctant to go up the rings. Arg! Suddenly, a scream came over. A black, horrifying flame suddenly burst out on the body of a half-step fiend commander genius martial artist. In a blink of an eye, that person was burned into nothingness. It's the blood essence contract activating. We must go up the ring to fight. How to fight still. The eminent Orchid Six sons were definitely not a match. Forget it, isn't it just a loss? Fight it out. Once these people shrink back, it would be equivalent to breaking the blood essence contract. Once the blood essence contract had a backlash, their outcome would still be death. Hence, everyone already had no way out and could only choose a corresponding ring. After everyone had chosen, that old voice sounded out once again. Very soon, the arena compet. 1. Tyan adopts a 1 versus 1 format. The challengers challenge the arena lords in proper sequence according to the order of getting on the ring. The final victor will enter the next round of challenge. Now, the challenge begins. Ha ha ha. Everyone, this rookie, Buja, will accept first. The first martial artist who got on the ring laughed his head off. Clearly, he was very satisfied with him picking up a bargain. When the others saw this scene, they could not help nos. Plussing their teeth in hatred. This guy's reaction is really fast. He picked up a huge bargain. Humph. Being smug for what? It's still uncertain who can laugh until the end. Despicable person intoxicated by success. Facing the indignant voices of the rest, Buja did not care in the slightest. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a smile, Master Source Knight, is it? This place isn't a pill refining room. Wonder why you ran here to join in the excitement. But since you came, it's also giving this young master a big gift. Ha! This young master will kindly accept it. Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at a fool and said coolly, looks like you all treat me as a soft persimmon. Everyone wants a squeeze, right? Buja laughed and said, isn't that so? Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a sneer, what you said is very right. Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. Ha ha. Since you already have the awareness, then bang. Buja was just laughing wildly when he suddenly screamed, the laughter abruptly stopping, directly being ejected out of the ring. Already said that the challenge started, to actually still be in the mood to laugh. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, ha ha ha. A wave of loud guffaws came over. When the remaining 23 people saw this scene, they all laughed their heads off. Getting on the ring and still so careless served him right to directly be eliminated. Buja crawled to his feet with a grunt, blus. Plus-ing until his entire face was red as he pointed at Yi Yuan and let loose a torrent of abuse. Despicable villain, to actually sneak attack. If you have the ability, let's have an open and above-board battle. Yi Yuan nonchalantly swept a glance over him and said, fool! You, who are you scolding a fool? Buja said, furiously, scolding you, a fool. Don't even know this. Yi Yuan said with a smile, ha ha ha. Another wave of roaring laughter. Buja was angered until he was about to explode. He roared furiously and said, brat, I want to fight you again. Done talking, Buja's figure moved, speeding over towards the ring. Bang! A streak of light flashed across. Buja was directly bounced flying out far away. Clearly, The ring already did not give him the chance anymore. Next, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The second young genius who got on the ring looked at Yi Yuan with a sympathetic gaze and said mockingly, "I won't." Bang. He wanted to say that he wouldn't be like Bouja, making this kind of low-level mistake. But he was the same as Bouja, directly flying out of the ring before saying finish his words. Everyone's gaze turned intent, finally discovering that something was not quite right. This soft persimmon seemed to be somewhat hard. Yi Yuan's attack earlier was inconceivably fast. They actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. Those two earlier losing were not because Yi Yuan making sneak attacks at all, but that they could not react to the attacks at all. Those able to come here were all geniuses among geniuses, all clever people. One could still say to be a fluke. Two was definitely not a fluke anymore. Next, right then, Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a death-hastening talisman, sounded out in their ears. Chapter 15:16, the strongest 18. 15:16, the strongest 18. Bang. 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 One figure flew down the ring after another. The faces of the people at the back got uglier and uglier. How was this a soft persimmon? This was clearly a bulldozer. These peak geniuses did not have any strength to retaliate in front of Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan was able to kill Ka Xian, this level of genius, when he had just become a high-rank fiend general. Now, he already broke through to grand completion fiend general. Regardless of whether it was realm or power of laws, they were much stronger. If he faced off with Ka Xian again, Yi Yuan would absolutely be able to hang the other party up and beat him up. Even if these capital cities' geniuses were more powerful than Ka Xian, they were also not that more powerful. How could they be Yi Yuan's match? Furthermore, those who rushed over to Yi Yuan's side were mostly not confident in their own strength, people who wanted to take advantage of the moment, who knew that they kicked an iron plate. Hey, you guys, look, is my eyesight failing? That alchemy genius's martial prowess is actually so strong. Holy sh*T. Cruce. H.I. Plussing an opponent with one move. I can't even see him make his move clearly at all. Luckily, I was a tad slower just now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any hope at all now. The other arena's people suddenly discovered that their side had not fought 2 matches yet, and Yi Yuan's side already had half the people go down. This speed was a little too fast. Very soon, Yi Yuan cleaned up the people on the ring, while the other arenas were only just starting. TSK. Didn't expect that the spot of an arena lord was so easy. Yi Yuan smacked his hands and said emotionally, "Poor work." When the people on the other rings heard this, they nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Their side fought for their lives, but Yi Yuan were exceptionally good to actually already sweep away his opponents. The eminent Orchid Six Sons also revealed visible changes in countenance. Clearly, this Source Knight's strength greatly exceeded their imaginations. Congratulations! Number 3 Rings Arena Lord is born. Obtained the Purple Extreme Sex reward, Void Jade Saturn Peach. A bright red Saturn Peach landed from the void, landing in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan looked at the Saturn Peach BR. I-M-M-I-N-G with spiritual energy, his brows slightly furrowed. "Senior, have you seen this thing before?" Yi Yuan asked dustless. "Never seen before. I believe this Void Jade Saturn Peach is likely an extremely rare item." Dustless said. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly astonished. With Dustless's experience and knowledge, he actually did not even see this Void Jade Saturn Peach before. No wonder the Blood Yama Hall expended such a great price to let them come to this ancient ruin. It seemed like the good things here were quite a few. With Yi Yuan's understanding of spirit medicines, this Void Jade Saturn Peach was absolutely a good stuff worth several cities. The eminent Orchid 6 Sun's strength was indeed powerful. They also smoothly took the T's of Arena Lord without the slightest effort. Time slowly trickled by. The other 5 platforms also respectively gave birth to their Arena Lords. Each Arena Lord obtained a reward belonging to themselves, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan noticed that these reward items, most of them he had not heard before. Even Dustless completely did not recognize too. But without fail, they were all good things. At this time, that old voice sounded out again. Congratulations to the 12 Arena Lords. Now, the real test begins. Starting from now, you guys will be facing the real test. Your opponents are the Purple Extreme Sect's strongest 18 young powerhouses throughout the ages. Every 6 opponents that you all defeat, you'll obtain a corresponding reward. Work hard, youngsters. The 12 people on the rings all revealed solemn looks. Although they did not know what kind of existence this Purple Extreme Sect was, even the Blood Yamahal, this kind of Tan could not do anything about it, and could only clear the hurdles honestly and in earnest. It showed that this sect's strength was definitely very strong. The strength of 18 of the young generation's strongest people likely could not be underestimated. Suddenly, 12 beams of light shone down from the sky of the hall. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he was transported into a region of SPAC again. A ray of light flashed by. A young man appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a surprised look. This was his opponent. Looking at the other party, there was flesh and blood. Could he be a living person still? No need to be so surprised. We've long turned to dust already. Right now, we're merely a projection. The other party seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's thoughts and prompted with a smile. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in surprise, "This projection is also too lifelike, right? Moreover, you actually still have consciousness." An ancient era's projection could actually communicate with him. The other party smiled and said, "This land of inheritance has a trace of our divine sense attached, so we're naturally able to communicate. Your cultivation speed is very fast, 100 years or so bone age. Furthermore, you started cultivating from a small world's mortal to actually be able to reach such heights. Truly remarkable." Yi Yuan was greatly alarmed in his heart. His exact details were actually seen inside out by the other party. When the other party saw Yi Yuan's expression, he said, "You don't need to be shocked. When you were transported here, you've already been thoroughly checked by the land of inheritance. It's not strange that I know these." Yi Yuan came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is." The other party said, "I'm called Mei Fong. You?" Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "I'm Yi Yuan." Mei Fong nodded and said, "Fighting with you, I'm somewhat winning and scrupulously, but I have no command over myself to. Begin then." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Please." Mei Fong's brows knitted slightly, and he said, "You're not making a move?" He discovered that Yi Yuan was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back and did not have the intention of making a move at all. This was also looking down on people too much. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior should have heard before, formless beats having moves." Mei Fong's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, truly, the young are to be feared. Then I'll have a taste of your formless beats having moves. This is my self-created sword move, literature 36 swords. You be careful." Drawing the sword and seeing nothing but emptiness all round. Mei Fong's sword was full of heroic spirit, profligate and unrestrained. The power of laws already reached late stage, sword Tao third-layered heaven, the power extremely daunting. Even though he had only half-step origin deity strength, he was one of the most powerful opponents that Yi Yuan had encountered. similarly being at the half-step origin deity realm. This Mei Fong's strength was more than 10 times stronger than Ka Xian. Right then, Yi Yuan made a move. Shatter! Yi Yuan's sword carried an incomparably bizarre power of laws, directly blocking Mei Fong's sword. Mei Fong's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of great astonishment. This sword move of Yi Yuan looked plain and ordinary, but the move directly attacked the place where he was the most vulnerable. Good sword. Flass. H.I. Plussing tiger and dragon divine sword soars. Mei Fong yelled out, his move changing. The power of laws suddenly changed dramatically. He changed moves fast. Yi Yuan was likewise not slow. It was only to see the tip of Yi Yuan's sword reverse, stabbing over like a shadow following. Yi Yuan did not know that their 12 people's battle situation was all being projected on the rings at this time. Those eliminated genius martial artists took their every move and action into their sights. The moment the battle began, those geniuses emitted a series of exclamations. Defan is so strong. Indeed, well-deserving of being the head of the eminent Orchid Six Sons. He only used 10 moves to finish off his opponent. The eminent Orchid Six Sons are the eminent Orchid Six Sons, too strong. The slowest only used 20 moves too. Even though that Source Knight became an arena lord, his strength is indeed the weakest. 100 moves had already said. He actually still hasn't finished off his opponent yet. Chapter 15:17. There's something shady. Chapter 15:17. There's something shady. I lost. Junior, you're very strong. Mei Fong said sincerely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is very strong too. Your sword art gave me great inspiration. Mei Fong laughed loudly and said, Actually, you could defeat me in one move, but you tangled with me for 500 over moves. It's in order to glean the strength of my sword art, right? Yi Yuan smiled and did not deny it. Even though Mei Fong's strength was much stronger than Ka Xian, Yi Yuan could defeat him in one move by unleash. H.I. Plussing daybreak. The current Yi Yuan, it was already very hard to find an opponent within Heaven Glimpse realm anymore. Hoo-hoo, what a fine formless beats having moves. Your sword art might be able to reach the acme of perfection. All right, you've already said the level and can go to your next opponent there. Outside, when everyone saw that Yi Yuan finally defeated the first opponent, they could not help revealing a mocking look. Especially Buja, he said with a mocking face. So what if he became the arena lord? Isn't he still a supporting character? Buja, don't say that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. He has at any rate gotten the arena lord's reward too. However, he indeed can only be at the bottom of the barrel too. With his strength, it's likely very hard to even pass the second round. These 18 people are called the strongest. They look like they are SOSO. D-Fan already defeated 3 people, reckon that a few 106 people isn't hard. At this time, the D-Fan, who was known as the eminent Orchid Six Sons, #1 person, already won against 3 people in a row, and was currently in a fierce battle with the 4th person. But the D-Fan at this time clearly already could not be like the start, only using 10 moves to defeat his opponent. Their opponents were all half-step fiend commander realm without exception. Clearly, D-Fan, the 6 of them, were already straining more and more. Bang! An arena lord was directly smashed into pieces by his opponent. This crowd of geniuses was all taken aback with fright. Only then did they know that this round did not seem so easy. A single mishap, and it was life-threatening. The other 3 arena lord's strengths were clearly much weaker. He only held on to the second round, and was directly slaughtered by his opponent without even having a chance to admit defeat. Seeing this scene, Buja looked even smugger as he said, You all guess, Will that punk called Source Knight be directly killed? Haha, this is very likely. It was already so grueling for him in the first round. Being killed in the second round is also something very normal. Someone immediately concurred. The others already secretly nodded their heads, clearly not having objections towards this claim. However, Yi Yuan disappointed them. Even though Yi Yuan still cleared the second round strenuously after 300 moves, Yi Yuan still pa S, said the level. F asterisk CKME. Is there a mistake? Can even pa S. S like this. This guy is also too freaking lucky. Buja stomped his feet in anger. Although the rest would not be like Buja, they were clearly all very surprised by Yi Yuan's clearing of the round. Quickly look. Bah, too lost. My G. Oh, D, just how strong are these round guardians to actually be able to jump realms to battle? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Swaz. H. Plus Batu was directly transported back. Coming down from the ring, Batu's expression was very ugly. As one of the eminent Orchid Six Sons, his strength virtually overlooked everyone. Now, he actually lost to a half-step fiend commander. It had always been him jumping realms to challenge others. Today, he was actually overstepped by others. Even though this was a young genius from goodness knows how many years ago. Batu, are these round guardians really so strong? Someone plucked up his nerves and asked. When they looked at the projections on the rings, they could only see both parties' moves and not the undulation of laws. It was very hard to perceive the actual situation. Batu's face was sullen as he nodded and said, very strong. Their power of laws basically all reached late-stage third-layered heaven, even grand completion realm. Furthermore, their application of laws at least reached the point of unity of mind, coupled with that their martial techniques are extremely powerful. Their overall strength is very powerful. It isn't unjust for me to be defeated in their hands. Hiss, everyone drew a cold breath. Only then did they have a clear understanding of their round guardian's strength. Before long, there were another 2 eminent Orchid Six Sons who were defeated in the 5th round. Now, among the ones still persisting in clearing this level, only 4 people left. 3 eminent Orchid Six Sons, as well as Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's progress speed was very slow. Everyone already lost interest. Everyone's gaze was focused on D-Fan. At this time, D-Fan was currently in a fierce battle with the 6th round's guardian. The 2 people were practically already rampaging, fighting until heaven and earth dimmed. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I really don't dare to believe that there's actually a half-step fiend commander who can force D-Fan to such an extent. Yeah, I didn't expect that the ancient era's powerhouses were actually powerful to such an extent. This is just the 6th person. How terrifying must the 18th person be? Even though there were no violent law fluctuations, just relying on the projections, they could already feel the intensity of the battle situation. Boom. Finally, D-Fan found an opening, blowing his opponent up with one punch. Number 1 Arena Lord cleared the 6th round, obtained a low-grade divine, Lord Mystic Treasure. That old voice sounded out once more. The moment everyone heard, their faces all revealed incomparably heated gazes. Divine Lord Mystic Treasure, which was also Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. That was something that only Fiend Lord powerhouses had the qualifications to use. Even though this Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure ultimately had to be given to the Blood Yamahal, the Blood Yamahal would definitely give a considerable reward. In the projection, D-Fan had a proud look. Clearly, he was also fully satisfied and content with defeating this 6th round guardian. D-Fan is indeed worthy of being the 6 Sons number 1. His strength is too strong. D-Fan already pa S, said the 6th round. Wonder how many people he can still beat. I estimate he can at least clear until the 9th round. You all look. That kid, that kid. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock. Ba too saw that D Fan obtained a fiend, Lord Mystic treasure, and was currently not happy. The moment someone cried out, he immediately said in a deep voice, making an unnecessary fuss for what that kid called Source Knight actually cleared to the 5th round. That person cried out as if seeing something beyond comprehension. Batu's face fell. Looking towards the number 3 arena, he discovered that Yi Yuan had indeed cleared to the 5th round. Everyone turned pale with shock. They were all paying attention to D Fan wholeheartedly, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually cleared until the 5th round, unknowingly. Batu was defeated in the 5th round. Yi Yuan making it to the 5th round. Didn't it mean that he was already very close to his strength? You got to be kidding. A rookie who did not even reach half-step Fiend Commander was actually about the same strength as him? Is there a mistake? With this kid's realm, how can he possibly make it to the 5th round? Yeah, Batu was so strong and only made it to the 5th round. I don't believe that his strength is even stronger than Batu's. There's something shady. There must be an inside story. This Source Knight's opponent definitely isn't as strong as Batu. The group of people immediately exploded. They were unable to accept this face. Even Batu's strength only made it to the 5th round. What right did Yi Yuan's bit of strength have to make it to the 5th round? He was clearly very strained during the 1st round. Hearing these people's words, Batu felt a little better in his heart and said coolly, relax, he definitely can't pass the 5th round. Chapter 15:18 Something's Wrong. Chapter 15:18 Something's Wrong. No one was clearer than Batu about the 5th Guardian's strength. If Yi Yuan could even pass through the 5th round, then he would really have to suspect that there was something shady. At this time, D Fan was currently resting, preparing to continue challenging. After each round pass said that SPAC would automatically help the martial artist recover their strength. It only took around a quarter of an hour, and the challenger would be at a peak state. While the other 2 of the Eminent Orchid 6 sons were currently in fierce battles with the 6th Guardians, it seemed like it was somewhat taxing. At this time, the 2 defeated Eminent Orchid 6 sons were also transported back. Seeing that Batu was already defeated, they could not help being somewhat surprised. Batu, you were actually defeated so quickly, one of them asked. Batu's strength ranked in the middle among the few of them. Logically speaking, he would not lose so quickly. Batu nodded and said, I was too eager to win. A careless move, and I was defeated. However, even if I try harder, it's useless too. I can't pass the 6th round no matter what. Those 2 people nodded their heads, indicating agreement. Suddenly, they glimpsed with their peripherals. Their faces revealed a shocked look. This kid actually made it to the 5th round. Is there a mistake? Batu said, I also can't make head nor tail of it. Just now, when everyone was watching D Fan clearing the 6th round, this kid made it to the 5th round bafflingly. The 2 people were speechless. Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's strength was around the same as them? While at this time, Yi Yuan already faced off with the 5th round's guardian. Everyone all stared at the number 3 arena without SHI+ing their eyes, wanting to see what capability Yi Yuan had to actually be able to make it to the 5th round. Yi Yuan still had that unhurried appearance, tangling in battle with his opponent. Under the opponent's fierce attacks, Yi Yuan seemed to be somewhat straining. But Yi Yuan was very stubborn. Each time, he could turn peril into safety. Something's wrong. I remember that when this kid was in the 1st round, he was this half-dead manner. Why is he still like this when he made it to the 5th round? Buja suddenly said. He discovered to his shock, Yi Yuan's current battle did not seem to be any different from when in the first round. It was as if his opponents did not become strong at all. This discovery immediately got many people's acknowledgement. Yeah, he was also being overwhelmed at the first round. After 500 to 600 moves, he won without rhyme or reason. The second round seemed to be like this too. Could it be that there's really something shady? Rubbish. This ancient ruins. It's everyone's first time entering. What shady deal can there be? Just as everyone was talking all at once, Yi Yuan's sword pa S said through his opponent's chest bizarrely. Yi Yuan won. The hall was dead silent. Everyone all looked at this scene in disbelief. How could it be like this? Could it be that Yi Yuan's strength already surpa S, said the eminent Orchid Six sons. This was also too fake, right? F asterisk King H. E. L. L. There must be something wrong here. This kid's opponent definitely isn't as strong as ours. Batu said with an indignant look. The other two people also had GLA, S, SY looks, and said in disbelief, there must be something wrong here. They also said earlier, this kid has always been half dead like this. Yet, he could clear the round each time. If there's nothing wrong, I'll wring my head off for him to kick like a ball. Whose? H. Plus a streak of cold light flashed by. One of the eminent Orchid Six sons, his head directly flew out, his fiend soul also ground into pieces. The purple extreme sect treats all challengers equally without discrimination. Those who question dies. The old voice sounded out once more. It was just that this time it was unusually cold. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one dared to question whether there was something shady anymore. But for Yi Yuan to clear 5 rounds, this result, they still felt that it was unbelievable. They could not see it. Clearing 5 rounds in a row, Yi Yuan's sword art became even more erratic. Only his opponents could distinctly sense his power. Yi Yuan discovered that these ancient-era young geniuses were really incomparably powerful. Their application of laws Serpa S said Yi Yuan's imaginations. From them, Yi Yuan learned many things. Learning now and selling now, Yi Yuan discovered that his drawing parallels from inference, his comprehension towards spatial laws became increasingly deeper. Spatial laws were one of the highest-ranking laws, and also one of the hardest laws to comprehend that the heaven-span world universally acknowledged. The heaven-span world's spatial laws were on a completely different level from a small world's. Even grand completion origin deity realm powerhouses were unable to fly. This in itself indicated many problems. Only by reaching half-step divine Lord Realm could one touch the threshold of spatial laws, achieving the goal of temporary flight from there. Yi Yuan's chasing moon. Daybreak. These 2 moves, after incorporating spatial laws, it made his sword moves become erratic, the power unimaginable. This was not purely comprehending spatial laws, but the spatial laws which Yi Yuan comprehended through Sword Dao could integrate with Yi Yuan's sword moves perfectly. One would never know where Yi Yuan's sword would appear or when it would appear. Congratulations to the number 3 Arena Lord for defeating the 6th opponent. Obtained a low-grade divine Lord Mystic Treasure. This voice sounded out, making everyone trembled all over. Cleared the 6th round. Just like this? Are you kidding me? Could it be that this guy has no limits? Really seeing ghosts. Just what trick is this kid playing? Why does it feel like he's going to lose every time, but win in the end? Batu had a sullen look and said, if his opponent has no problems, then there's only one explanation. The moment these words came out, everyone all perked their ears and listened attentively. Batu paused for a bit and said, he's totally hiding his strength. Hiding his strength? He's clearly a grand completion fiend general. Can Realm L, you, trade anything? When I was at half-step fiend commander, I could completely hang you up and pummel you. Ba-Tu said with a cold sneer. That person did not say anything. He was unable to refute these words. Amen. This way, it also makes sense. The strength that he displayed in the ring previously was already very strong, practically Cruz. Plussing others with one move, unable to see his depths at all. Another eminent Orchid 6 sons said. Ba-Tu nodded and said, he wouldn't be deliberately acting for us to see. I reckon that he deliberately slowed down the pace. He's probably comprehending those ancient geniuses' martial techniques. This is also too freakish, right? Such a strong opponent. He actually still has the mood to learn his opponent's martial techniques. Everyone drew a cold breath, frightened looks showing on their faces. How incredible the nerves for one to dare do such a thing. Very likely, if I didn't come out and see these projections, I wouldn't even know that the situation inside could actually be seen. There's no way he's deliberately concealing his strength, said another one of the 6 sons, agreeing with this. Right at this time, D-Fan defeated the 7th round's guardian, successfully clearing the round. Ha ha, this challenge is really interesting. So many powerful opponents. It's still my first time encountering such situation. Feels so good. Defeating 7 people. My strength improved a step further. The next opponent will likely make my hot blood boil, with excitement even more. Those guys have probably all lost already, right? D-Fan said with a loud laugh. Chapter 1519 Catching Up from Behind. Chapter 1519 Catching Up from Behind. The 7th round's opponent was clearly much stronger than the previous 6 rounds. But Yi Yuan himself similarly made great strides in strength and did not feel too great a difficulty. After several hundred moves, Yi Yuan's sword pa S said right through the opponent's body. 7th round, cleared. Yi Yuan's sword art became more and more erratic. His entire being gave people an illusionary and ephemeral feeling. At times, Yi Yuan's sword was clearly still very far away, but suddenly appeared in front of his opponent. It was impossible to guard against, and all these were attributed to his comprehension of spatial laws. 2 great laws combining together was not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. I didn't expect that you already comprehended spatial laws at just Heaven Glimpse realm. Really an unexpected surprise. Dustless said with a laugh. Roughly what is the level of my spatial laws comprehension currently? Yi Yuan asked curiously. He could sense that spatial laws were too extensive and profound, far more difficult than Sword Dao. These few days, he cultivated inside the death cultivation SPAC, coupled with the closed seclusion. This time, his improvement was already very big, but he still did not feel the bottleneck of the law. The more it was like so, the more Yi Yuan felt the difficulty of spatial laws. You're still early. Your current level isn't even grand completion for spatial laws first layered heaven initial stage. Dustless said. So weak, ha? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Weak, ha. Right now, your comprehensions in spatial laws are already stronger than the vast majority of half-step Divine Lords. Even if it's a true Divine Lord realm powerhouse, he's also merely able to use spatial laws first layered heaven. Spatial laws aren't as simple as you think. Yi Yuan could not help being very surprised when he heard. Him comprehending spatial laws was entirely because he drew parallels from inference. Just how powerful this law was. He was utterly clueless. Now, hearing Dustless said so, only then did he have an intuitive feeling. In the past, Yi Yuan only just touched a smattering. But now, after Yi Yuan went through about a bitter cultivation, the improvement of spatial laws seemed to show a trend of advancing by leaps and bounds. Spatial laws are actually so hard. Yi Yuan exclaimed with a sigh. More than just hard. Time laws and spatial laws are the two most fundamental laws in the entire heaven-span world. Don't talk about being able to comprehend. Even learning the rudiments is also very rare. You don't look at how those divine Lord Realm powerhouses all fly in the sky and tunnel into the earth. Actually, they don't understand spatial laws at all. Being able to accomplish this is entirely because the power of the world itself contains a portion of spatial laws. Even with this innate advantage, the vast majority of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses are unable to learn the rudiments of spatial laws for all their lives too, while you have already opened this door. Dustless said, "Like this, I'm very remarkable." Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. He really did not know that the spatial laws he comprehended were actually so formidable. But Dustless said solemnly, "Very impressive. However, I can't help you with spatial laws either. How much you can comprehend will depend on your fortunes." Yi Yuan nodded his head. Suddenly recalling something, he said, "Oh, right. Inside the world-suppressing steel, it can actually alter the time flow. Could it be?" Dustless nodded and said, "That's right." Back then, Immortal Grove comprehended a trace of time laws by chance. However, he only comprehended a bit of superficial knowledge. Indeed so, the time that Yi Yuan came to the heaven-span world was not short anymore too. He had never heard of changing the flow of time, this kind of thing. It turned out that it was actually Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's unique secret technique. Just comprehended a trace of superficial knowledge, and he could change the time flow ratio of 1 to 10. If one completely comprehended time laws, how terrifying was that? Yi Yuan felt terrified thinking about it. Gathering his thoughts, Yi Yuan continued to clear the rounds, challenging the Eighth Guardian. While at this time, D-Fan and the Eighth Guardian's battle was already drawing to a close. Boom. Once more, D-Fan blew his opponent up with a punch. Ha ha, awesome. D-Fan was covered all over with wounds and scars, virtually not an intact spot on his physical body. But he still killed his opponent and succeeded in clearing the round. When he was recovering his strength, D-Fan murmured to himself, "It's a shame, definitely can't pass. It's the 9th round. But my battle achievement should be number 1 among the 12 arena lords, right? Those few people's strength can at most only make it to the 6th round. Ha! Number 1 or not doesn't matter. The challenges this time caused a tremendous improvement for my strength." D-Fan was completely unaware of the outside world genius's shock. Yi Yuan actually even cleared the 7th round easily. I remember that D-Fan fought roughly more than 2,000 rounds with the 7th Guardian, right? This Source Knight settled it in 300 or 400 moves. This is simply unimaginable. Source Knight actually caught up from behind. Wonder what kind of expression D-Fan will have when he comes out and sees Source Knight. At the state, Yi Yuan's clearing speed was very slow. It could be described using turtle speed. But unknowingly, Yi Yuan actually caught up to D-Fan's speed. They saw from D-Fan's state. His limit was also just the 9th round. But they completely could not see where Yi Yuan's limit lay. In the 7th round, the time Yi Yuan used, it seemed almost the same as in the 1st round. The time was only a quarter of D-Fan's. This kind of strange situation made these geniuses even feel somewhat afraid. Finally, D-Fan was defeated in the 9th round. Afterward, he was transported into a foreign SPAC, chose a fiend Lord Mystic Treasure, and was transported back. But after he came out, he discovered that everyone was using a strange gaze to look at him. D-Fan even thought that everyone was stunned by his battle record, and said with a big laugh, all using this kind of expression to look at me, "For what? Ha! The challenge clears this time is really to my heart's content. Making it to the 9th round in one go, even if the Mystic Treasure is given to the Blood Yama Hall, this trip was also worthwhile. He still had a young person's temperament in the end. The cheerfulness in D-Fan's heart inevitably had to be expressed. He seemed to be afraid that others did not know that he made it to the 9th level and showed off a bit without leaving a trace. But he discovered that everyone did not seem to have the intention of pandering to him. Among the 6 sons, Ba, Tu, and D-Fan's relations, I plus P was pretty good. Seeing the situation, Batu said with a strange look, D-Fan, stop showing off. You've met your match this time. Come over and take a look. D-Fan's expression turned struck dumb with amazement, looking over in the direction Batu pointed at, and involuntarily shuddered all over, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. Regarding D-Fan's gaze, everyone did not feel surprised. After each of the eminent Orchid 6 sons came out, they practically all had this expression. Uffed. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's long sword was sent into the other party's chest once more. 8th round cleared. D-Fan was seemingly electrocuted by something, his entire person shuddering as he said in disbelief, how is this possible? He, a grand completion fiend general, can actually make it to the 9th round? No, wait, there's something fist dash. Shut up. Ba, Tu suddenly shouted coldly, cutting off D-Fan's words. D-Fan was taken aback with fright and was just about to fly off the handle. But then he heard Batu say with a cold bellow, if you don't want to die, shut your mouth. Chapter 15, 20 Spatial Laws versus Ice Laws. Chapter 15, 20 Spatial Laws versus Ice Laws. Batu, you dare to get mad at me? D-Fan said with a sullen look. Batu looked at him like looking at a fool and said, what you want to say, we all know. Nuada said it, and then he died. D-Fan's expression changed. Looking at everyone's eyes, he suddenly understood something. Our thoughts were the same as yours at the start, but now we discovered that maybe it isn't as simple as we think. His strength is really very strong. Ba-Tu said. D-Fan seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water. That valiant, imposing momentum from before disappeared all at once without a trace. He was actually not first. Looking at Yi Yuan, who was currently in a fierce battle in the projection, D-Fan suddenly felt somewhat doubtful of life. Could it be that he actually lost to a grand completion fiend general? This result made him somewhat unable to accept it. He looked at the Yi Yuan, who was somewhat struggling in the projection, and suddenly found a trace of consolation, and said with a cold smile, Humph! This 8th guardian strength, I'm all too clear. There's no way he can clear it. The moment his voice faded, everyone used strange gazes to look at him again. D-Fan was stupefied and said, Why, I said wrongly again. You all look at his appearance. Does it look like he can win? Some people wanted to laugh, but did not dare to laugh. After all, D-Fan's strength was placed there. Really annoying him would not have any good outcome. Ba-Tu seriously could not look on, recounting the situation of Yi Yuan clearing the rounds for D-Fan. After D-Fan heard, he stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. He himself also had great harvests in the challenges this time. But playing like Yi Yuan, he really did not dare, especially after the 7th round. Each and every one of the opponents was too strong, virtually pressuring him until he could not catch his breath. As long as he relaxed a little, that was not a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of life and death. With this, D-Fan really had no temper anymore, watching the one and only projection on the arena obediently with the others. But in his heart, he was praying frantically for Yi Yuan to lose to the 8th guardian. But he was disappointed very quickly. A plain and ordinary straight stab of Yi Yuan's directly struck his opponent's head. 8th round cleared. Looking from the projection, this move was too plain and ordinary. They could not figure out why the guardian could not even block such a simple sword. even though everyone did not dare to voice their doubts. At the bottom of their hearts, everyone's suspicions had never been relieved before. Humph. When this punk comes out, I'll definitely have a match with him. I don't believe that there isn't anything shady in here at all. D-Fan said in his heart with a cold snort. Yi Yuan's battle achievement had truly trampled on his dignity. As the eminent Orchid Six Sun's #1 person, he was unable to accept this. However, the miracle was far from over. Yi Yuan seemed to have switched on a hack, still advancing unhurriedly. 9th round, 10th round, 11th round, 12th round. Congratulations to the #3 Arena Lord for clearing the 12th round, obtaining the second reward. The old voice sounded out once more. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Just up to which level? Is this guy going to clear? Could it be that he's going to clear through? This is also too abnormal. The last 6 rounds are definitely even harder than before. Maybe he should have reached his limits too, right? Regarding the exclamations outside, Yi Yuan was completely unaware. Along the way, Yi Yuan's strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did his comprehensions in Sword Dao laws already reach the realm of grand completion initial stage, 3rd layered heaven, but he also made great progress in spatial laws. Yi Yuan had a feeling that his spatial laws might be reaching the point of grand completion initial stage, 1st layered heaven. The 13th round's guardian was an extremely beautiful and cold-looking woman. Young man, to be able to walk to this step, you're very remarkable. But it ends here, the woman said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, stop being long-winded, let's start. My sword already can't bear the thirst and hunger. The cold woman's brows furrowed, and she said with a cold snort, what a conceited brat. Watch the sword. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, another sword user, perfect. Done talking, Yi Yuan unleashed a chasing moon, his figure instantly disappearing. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, unable to see with the naked eye at all. Clank! 2 swords intersected. A burst of cold air transmitted into Yi Yuan's body from the long sword, virtually freezing him. Yi Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant, retreating like lightning. The cold woman's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Yuan's ear. "Want to run? Too late." Yi Yuan's heart thumped. This woman had such fast movements. While talking, the long sword already arrived at Yi Yuan's neck. Phantom kill. At the life and death moment, Yi Yuan unleashed Phantom Kill without the slightest hesitation, his speed suddenly increasingly explosively, narrowing dodging this sword. Clank, clank, clank. The 2 figures were unbelievably swift, exchanging 100 swords in a blink of an eye, almost evenly matched. The shock in Yi Yuan's heart could not be any greater. Unleash H.I. plus ing Phantom Kill with his current strength, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as in the past long ago. Coupled with the augmentation of spatial laws, this move of Yi Yuan practically had no solution. However, this woman was actually able to keep up with his speed. Clank! 2 figures separated. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed a look of trepidation. The cold woman also revealed a look of surprise. Clearly, she did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. No wonder you could make it here. Indeed, you have some capabilities, the cold-looking woman said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a smile, "You're very strong, too, to actually incorporate ice laws into Sword Dao." For the first time, Yi Yuan ran into a powerhouse who fused together 2 kinds of power of laws. This woman's Sword Dao laws were not high, only the level of late-stage 3rd layered heaven. But the terrifying thing was that her ice laws already cultivated to 3rd layered heaven too. Furthermore, she was the same as Yi Yuan, merging 2 kinds of laws together, the power doubling. Before making a move, the cold woman blanketed her surroundings full of ice law's domain. As long as Yi Yuan entered this domain, his speed would unknowingly slow down. Hence, that was why this woman could contend with him in terms of speed. Yi Yuan's spatial laws were indeed bizarre, but it was only the level of initial stage, first layered heaven after all. To be able to exchange blows with the cold woman in itself already demonstrated his might. That move earlier, so fast, this punk indeed concealed his strength. My G, OD, already made it to the 13th round before he used his full strength. This guy is really ridiculously strong. Although they could not sense the undulations of the power of laws, the speed of Yi Yuan's movement technique, they could still perceive it. Yi Yuan unleashes. Plussing Phantom Kill. His speed soared tremendously. Those geniuses naturally took it into their sights. Looks like this time, he finally ran into his match. D-Fan, that movement technique earlier, can you keep up? Batu suddenly asked D-Fan. D-Fan thought about and shook his head and said, "Don't know. Can't feel the power of laws here. We can only see the surface. But maybe I can't keep up." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. They looked at D-Fan with incredible shock, not expecting that he actually personally admitted to being inferior to Yi Yuan. Chapter 15:21 Misty Sword Art. Chapter 15:21 Misty Sword Art. It's useless. Although your spatial laws are strong, the level that you comprehended is too low. Give up, said the cold woman indifferently. That might not be the case. Fight again. Yi Yuan's figure moved. Unleash. Plussing Phantom Kill once more. The cold-looking woman did not speak. The ice domain spread out, the sword tip not leaving Yi Yuan's surroundings. The two people were top experts in the power of laws. It was the first time Yi Yuan's power of law met its match. He urged his movement technique to the limit, but was still unable to break through the woman. Her ice domain was like a large net binding Yi Yuan's hands and feet. Actually, Yi Yuan was not the woman's match. Yi Yuan's true killing move was using Daybreak under the state of Phantom Kill. Daybreak, this move shattered myriad moves under the heaven, especially when Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive toward sword moves. He had already found the cold woman's weakness long ago. It was just that this way, he would not be able to have comprehensions in spatial laws anymore. He wanted to force himself to the limits, making himself comprehend spatial laws under the state of extremity. Presently, a link already formed between his sword Dao laws and spatial laws. Yi Yuan discovered that communicating with spatial laws through sword Dao laws yielded twice the results with half the effort. Even though his opponent previously was strong, he did not reach the cold woman's level. Facing her, Yi Yuan really brought out all of his strength. Under this kind of state, it was easier for Yi Yuan to break through. Yi Yuan discovered that these ancient geniuses all had unique insights into the power of laws. Just like this woman, being able to integrate sword Dao laws and ice laws to such a degree, she was absolutely an extraordinary talent back then, her strength reigning that era. This kind of exchange was two completely different concepts from Yi Yuan fighting with himself inside the death cultivation, SPAC. Being his own opponent was Serpa, Sing Time, and again, a vertical development. But competing with these geniuses was gathering the strong points of everyone, a horizontal development. Yi Yuan could fight with himself nonstop. But it was a rare opportunity to exchange blows with these ancient geniuses. It is no use. Your divine essence is consumed too fast like this. Still don't pull back. You'll die. The woman's icy voice came over. Although the woman was an ice beauty, she clearly had the appreciation of a talent stirred by Yi Yuan, and that was why she would warn like so. Except Yi Yuan disregarded other people's opinion. He did not listen to her words at all. Humph! Stubborn and thick-headed. When the woman saw that Yi Yuan did not listen to the advice, she did not hold back anymore. As well, her long sword suddenly accelerating. Sword clear like frost. This sword was the masterpiece of her sword Dao. A bone-piercingly cold sword Dao law came from head-on, making Yi Yuan's phantom kill practically freeze in the air. The scent of death came from the front. Uffed. The two people's figures intersected, their movements instantly freezing. Drip, drip. Yi Yuan's abdomen was pierced by a large hole, blood running in torrents. Ha ha, this kid is finally defeated. Finally defeated. This time, it can't be wrong, right? Seeing this scene, Buja started laughing excitedly. Everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. The pressure that Yi Yuan brought to them was too great, overcoming all difficulties along the way. He actually already killed his way to the 13th round, especially D-Fan. He cleared until the 9th round in one go. He was deeply aware of how great the disparity between each round was. One could say that the difficulty rose geometrically, but Yi Yuan actually cleared 4 more rounds than him. This disparity was too big. Each time Yi Yuan cleared a round, it was like his heart had an additional large mountain. Extremely heavy. Now, seeing Yi Yuan get defeated, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. But very soon, their expressions turned stiff on their faces. How is this possible? Ba Tu said in alarm. In the projection, the woman's figure gradually dissipated. This was the hallmark of being killed. It was clear that woman should have won. How? How was she killed? D-Fan said with a puzzled look. In the S.P.A.C., the cold woman's figure condensed once again. Her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of shock. "You're a madman," the woman said coldly. Yi Yuan's state was somewhat miserable. Even though he already revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, the recovery speed clearly could not quite catch up to the speed of the power of Law's destruction. Hearing the woman's words, Yi Yuan smiled tragically and said, "But I won? No. Furthermore, I comprehended it." Earlier, when Yi Yuan was pushed to the limit, the initial stage, first layered heaven's spatial laws, finally reached the realm of grand completion. In that instant, Yi Yuan finally broke through the ice domain's ceiling, his figure traversing through S.P.A.C. bizarrely, killing the woman first. However, the woman's sword clear like frost was also not for show. Under that small distance, it still pierced Yi Yuan's abdomen. The final outcome was that Yi Yuan was injured, while the cold woman died. The cold-looking woman's beautiful eyes swiveled, and she said indifferently, "You won. Go to the next round, then. You comprehended spatial laws. Those few people at the back are all not your match anymore." However, the final round's Zhengjian is known as Purple Extreme Sex History's strongest. You need to be careful. It's said that he's the same as you, also a madman. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern. To be able to make the cold woman so solemn. He was definitely formidable to the extreme. One had to know that this woman's talent was absolutely rare in the world. Being able to comprehend sword Dao laws and ice laws to the third-layered heaven at half-step origin deity realm and merge into one, this was absolutely not what the average person could accomplish. After Yi Yuan came to the Heavenspan world, he had also seen quite a few so-called geniuses. He had never encountered any capable of merging the power of laws before. Among the people who came this time, he did not know if there were anyone who could fuse together the power of laws. But Yi Yuan reckoned that there should be no one able to make it to this 13th round. It seemed like he really had to be a little careful with this Zhengjian. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with clasped hands, "Many thanks, I'll be careful." The cold woman nodded slightly and directly transported Yi Yuan away. In the array formation, Yi Yuan's injuries and divine essence were rapidly recovering. What a powerful array formation, to actually be even more powerful than ordinary medicinal pills. This purple extreme sex strength back then was likely extraordinary. Feeling the rapidly recovering injuries, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Phantom kill coupled with spatial laws. The power is indeed extraordinary. This sword art already can't be called phantom kill anymore. What to call it? This move's mystery lies in its unpredictableness, making the opponent unable to grasp it. Why not call it Misty Sword Art, then?" Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Currently, among Yi Yuan's sword arts, it already contained quite a few spatial powers of laws. The original Phantom Kill move already changed flavors. This was a move that fused sword Dao laws and spatial laws, similar to that of the Cold Woman's Sword Clear Like Frost. With the addition of spatial laws, Yi Yuan's sword move became even more erratic and elusive. Hence, Yi Yuan naming this new move as Misty Sword Art was rather appropriate. Chapter 1522, As Long As You Re-Happy. Chapter 1522, As Long As You Re-Happy. Sure enough, as the woman predicted, battling against the few guardians after her, Yi Yuan was unimpeded all the way. When he finished off the 17th guardian, all of the geniuses outside were all dumbfounded. Defan only felt that his mouth was somewhat dry. This Yi Yuan's strength was actually powerful to such a degree. He made it to the 9th round. Yi Yuan made it to the 18th round. The disparity between him and a grand completion fiend general was actually as many as 9 people. These 9 people were not merely as simple as doubling. These 9 people at the back, their strength were much stronger compared to the first 9 people. I really don't know just what aspect this guy is strong in. I really want to have a good fight with him when he comes out. Batu's heart was unbearably itchy. He was really somewhat doubting whether or not Yi Yuan's opponents were really the same as theirs, especially that battle where he won against the cold-looking woman. Everyone clearly saw that the woman pierced Yi Yuan's abdomen with a sword. But why was the one who won in the end Yi Yuan? It's the final battle. What the result will be, it will be known very soon. Defan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at this man dressed in black in front of him, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Although the woman was strong, she completely did not give him this kind of powerful sense of oppression. Before seeing Zhang Jian, Yi Yuan also could not imagine that a half-step origin deity martial artist would bring him such a strong pressure. Humph! Those trash actually let a weakling like you make it to my place. Zhang Jian said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan's brows raised up. A weakling, is it? The 17 rounds guardians earlier, all of them were amazingly talented people. Reaching Zhang Jian here, he actually became trash. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said, "They all said that you're a madman. I didn't expect that. You're a condescending madman." Zhang Jian was indifferent, and still said coldly, "Not that I'm condescending, but you're not fit to enter my eyes at all. I'm invincible in the same rank. You, a mere grand completion, heaven glimpse. What right do you have to enter my arcane sights?" Zhang Jian's arrogance billowed to the heavens, completely looking down on Yi Yuan. In his eyes, he had no opponents in the same realm, let alone that Yi Yuan's realm was even a rank lower than his. It was just that these words were somewhat funny in Yi Yuan's ears. Invincible in the same realm, this kind of words, even he did not dare to say. This Zhang Jian actually uttered it shamelessly. The heaven-span world was vast, geniuses as plentiful as oxen hair. Who dared to say that they were invincible in the same rank? He believed that Zhang Jian was definitely a tough character. But to be able to say this kind of words, he was no longer confident, but conceited. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ha, sorry about it. All along, I have never encountered a match in the same rank too." Zhang Jian said disdainfully, "Is that so? You're very confident. Then I'll utterly destroy your confidence today. Let you know the disparity between genius and mediocrity. Come on, I'm looking forward to it. Genius." Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the tone to express his disdain. He disliked this so-called strongest person greatly. Zhang Jian had a character unmovable like a mountain. Yi Yuan's provocation did not make him get angry. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows raised up. Zhang Jian's aura actually fell, finally suppressing at grand completion heaven glimpse, exactly the same as Yi Yuan's. "You're very surprised?" Zhang Jian said indifferently. Yi Yuan nodded his head honestly and said, "Indeed a little surprised." Zhang Jian said, "I said before, invincible in the same realm, still using half-step origin deity to deal with you. What difference is there from me and those trash?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "All right, as long as you're happy." Yi Yuan discovered that there was no way to communicate with this arrogant guy at all. At the outside world, a group of people looked at this scene wide-eyed and tongue-tied, full of puzzlement. CKME, is this guy R.E.T.A.R. dead? To actually suppress his realm to deal with Source Knight? This guy is 2C. OCKY. This is a typical case of looking for trouble. In a while, see how he dies. Even though D. Fan and Ba Tu, they all felt that Yi Yuan should not make it to this step. Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, they had no objections. Seeing Zhang Jian actually suppress his realm to deal with Yi Yuan, they also felt incredulous toward the other people's view. They also expressed their agreement. While at this time, two short swords appeared in Zhang Jian's hands like a magic trick. His entire person immediately revealed his edge. The swift and fierce aura coming from head-on also made Yi Yuan's countenance change, visibly. While this guy was arrogant, his strength was definitely indisputable. Even though the other party suppressed his realm, Yi Yuan did not dare to underestimate it either. Within 10 moves, send you on your way. Understanding sword, art, release. Zhang Jian gave a low cry, his entire person plussing out akin to a cheetah, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in virtually a blink of an eye. Two short swords, one sliced towards Yi Yuan's throat, one stabbed straight for Yi Yuan's abdomen, the cooperation seamless. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, the evil extermination sword shooting out strangely. Misty sword art. Zhang Jian only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's long sword actually reached first despite launching later, and already arrived in front of his face. This shock was by no means insignificant. He immediately changed moves, sweeping away Yi Yuan's sword. But this alteration of move lost the initiative. An inch short, an inch of peril. The secret of short swords lied in close-quarters combat. But Yi Yuan relied on the length of his sword and directly suppressed Zhang Jian. Exchanging a move, Zhang Jian was very aggrieved. "Lad, it turns out that you comprehended spatial laws. No wonder you're so Kentucky. It's a shame. Your spatial laws are too shallow." Zhang Jian gave a cold cry, pouncing forward once more. This time, Zhang Jian's speed was swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, instantly seeing through Zhang Jian's actual situation. Short sword laws grand completion third-layered heaven, and integrated grand completion third-layered heaven laws of wind. Furthermore, Zhang Jian's short swords seemed to still have some secrets that he did not see through. Clank, clank, clank. Facing such an expert, Yi Yuan did not dare to hide his strength. The two short swords were erratic like his evil extermination sword. A moment of carelessness, and it would be fatal. But in the same rank, Yi Yuan really did not fear Zheng Jian. For Yi Yuan to be able to jump realms and battle, what he relied on was not just law's comprehension, there was also his thick divine essence. Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence made his martial techniques inherently incomparably heavy. It had the effect of augmenting his martial technique itself. Hence, for Zheng Jian to want to suppress Yi Yuan under the same realm, it was a very laughable thing. Zheng Jian discovered this point very quickly. No matter how quick his movement technique was, he could only merely catch up to Yi Yuan's speed. He discovered to his dismay that under the same realm, he could not do anything to the other party at all. The two people were evenly matched. Clank! The two people separated from the clash. Yi Yuan looked at Zheng Jian with a smile that was not a smile and said, "It's already been 80 moves boasted too big, right? This is the invincibility in the same realm that you boasted earlier." Zheng Jian's face was extremely dark, but he did not know how to refute Yi Yuan's words. This was still the first time in his life not gaining any advantage under the same realm. This kid opposite was powerful beyond imagination. Although unwilling to admit it, he really did boast too much earlier. "Looks like I really underestimated you. Kid, you have the qualifications to be my opponent. However, you also successfully infuriated me. Now, I'll use my full power to fight." Zheng Jian said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Most welcomed." Chapter 1523, Understanding Strike. Chapter 1523, Understanding Strike. This last round's guardian is really amusing, to actually overestimate his own ability and suppress his realm. Now, he knows Yi Yuan's prowess, right? This is purely being bored and looking for trouble. Being able to make it to the 18th level, can one's strength be poor? He seems to look down on Source Knight a lot. With this, his face is smacked resoundingly, right? Although they could not hear the conversation inside the S.P.A.C., from the general look, one could still infer Zheng Jian's attitude. That arrogant and condescension, one could distinctly feel it even through the projection. Although these geniuses outside disliked Yi Yuan a lot, for Yi Yuan to be able to make it to the 18th round, at any rate he represented them. Zheng Jian could defeat Yi Yuan, even kill Yi Yuan, but could not look down on him. This was slapping all of their faces. Under this kind of strange psychological influence, seeing Zheng Jian get smacked in the face by Yi Yuan, he felt very liberated instead. Source Knight's situation likely isn't good anymore. This 18th round's guardian is indeed powerful. He's not what those people previously could compare to at all, Ba Tu suddenly said. Regarding this, Defan clearly also quite agreed, and said with a nod, "If my conjectures are right, Source Knight probably already did his best just now." While this guardian still suppressed his realm, Ba Tu said with vicissitudes of emotion, "I really want to enter the place personally and watch this fight. This is absolutely the pinnacle battle of Fiend General Realm." Recovering to half-step Origin Deity Realm, Zheng Jian's entire person gave off an erratic aura. "Ready to die?" Zheng Jian gave a cold laugh, his figure gradually becoming blurry. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The misty sword, art suddenly unleashed, his entire person similarly vanished. Plussing in place. The two people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Clank, clank, clank. In the void, metal clashed. Streaks of cold light flashed by from time to time. Two people. One was spatial laws. One was the law of wind. Their movement techniques were both extremely strange. After Zheng Jian recovered to half-step Origin Deity, his entire person's strength immediately soared a great deal. To experts like them, the impact of a minor realm was seriously too great. So fast, totally can't capture their figures. Turns out that this is their true strength, too terrifying. Even though I can sense the law undulations, they can insta-kill me by just relying on this movement technique. I really want to know just who has the upper hand right now. At the outside world, those geniuses could not see Yuan Duo's battle at all. They could only occasionally catch traces of blurry figures. Such a battle made them incomparably stifled. The same fiend general realm. The strength was simply a world of difference. Batu and Di Fan both had solemn faces. Only all the way until this moment were they now convinced that Yi Yuan's strength was really not what they could compare to. The fights previously, Yi Yuan utilizing spatial laws tend to be just that one instant. But now, Yi Yuan virtually operated spatial laws to the limit, his entire person seemingly shuttling through the void. The eminent Orchid Six Sons could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed at all. I understand. Source Knight integrated other powers of laws in his Sword Dao laws. That's why we couldn't see through the mystery. Batu suddenly cried out, having a sudden realization. But straight away, his brows furrowed together again, and he racked his brain hard and said, "But what kind of law is it?" "Law of wind." "It's spatial law." Di Fan suddenly spoke up. Batu's gaze turned intent, and he immediately retorted, "Impossible. Spatial laws are one of the two great paramount laws. How can he possibly comprehend it?" Di Fan gave him a glance and said coolly, "You look closely, Source Knight's movement technique disappears and reappears again, not leaving traces, just like traversing through the void. Only spatial laws can do it to this extent. That Guardian's movement technique is also extremely fast. Even though his traces are erratic, there are still traces that can be followed. It should be the law of wind." Di Fan's vision was very sharp. Two mighty experts showdown forced himself to the limit, finally letting him see through a trace of inkling. Batu looked carefully. Sure enough, it was as Di Fan said. Although the two people's figures were unable to be captured, looking closely, they were indeed slightly different. This shock was by no means insignificant. How is this possible? This guy is also too freakish, right? Batu sucked in a cold breath and said. Di Fan's expression was likewise very solemn, and he said, "This can explain why he could defeat those guardians previously. His sword looks plain and ordinary. Actually, it's just that our naked eye can't capture it. His sword has actually already said through the void and killed his opponent. No wonder. No wonder. Actually, dealing with those people earlier with his strength was originally very easy. It's just that he wanted to borrow his opponents to practice the sword." Batu suddenly felt that this world was filled with malice. How could there be such a freakish existence to actually be able to comprehend spatial laws? Right then, the two people's battle in the projection came to an abrupt halt, revealing their figures. Everyone's faces changed. Source Knight lost. As expected, his realm is at too much of a disadvantage. But being able to do it to this step, he's already very incredible. A freak who comprehended spatial laws. His future accomplishments are limitless. In the projection, Yi Yuan's breathing was chaotic. He was covered with injuries all over. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. On the other hand, Zhang Jian was completely unscathed. This battle did not seem to have any suspense. "You lost. I admit that you're very decent. Being able to force me to use 80% power, you can be sufficiently proud," Zhang Jian said coldly. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, 80% power. Is it? Why don't you try using 100% of your power? Yi Yuan did not doubt Zhang Jian's words. Such an arrogant person would not stoop to lying. Zhang Jian's brows furrowed, and he said, "No need. As the round guardian, as long as you can win 80% of my power, it's considered successfully clearing the round. However, you can't do it." Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, if I insist on making you use 100% of your power? Zheng Jian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "In that case, you'll die." Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, he was already very clear. In the battle just now, Yi Yuan already unleashed all of his skill and used Daybreak and the Misty Sword art at the same time, but was unable to break through Zheng Jian's sword net at all. Zheng Jian's power of laws was too powerful, and his realm was also higher than Yi Yuan's. This was practically a certain defeat scenario. If you can kill me, feel free to bring it on. Use 100% of your power. Let me take a look at just how formidable you, the proclaimed strongest disciple in the purple extreme sex history, are. Zheng Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "Have you thought it through?" Yi Yuan swung his sword horizontally and said, "Coolly, thought it through." Zheng Jian nodded slightly and said, "Many geniuses all die being presumptuous. Clearly, you're the same too, since you seek death wholeheartedly. Then I'll see you off." After done talking, Zheng Jian displayed his stance. The aura on his body suddenly changed. Understanding sword, art. Understanding strike. Zheng Jian said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Selfless realm." Chapter 15:24 wide on T. I'll give it a try to. Chapter 15:24 wide on T. I'll give it a try to. Emen, what's going on? This Source Knight actually still isn't admitting defeat. They still want to fight again. Could it be that Source Knight still has some trump card? You all look at the Guardian state. It seems to be a bit off. The current Zheng Jian entered a kind of mysterious state. Yi Yuan was too familiar with this state. It was precisely the selfless realm that he had entered twice. A dangerous aura hit him head-on, making Yi Yuan feel a chill run down his spine. No wonder he dares to claim to be invincible in the same realm. He can actually enter the selfless realm at any time. Yi Yuan exclaimed, but at this time, Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. This isn't the perfect state, selfless realm. It's just a critical state between the selfless realm and reality. Furthermore, this state is only applicable to battles. It can let the martial artist unleash strength beyond normal levels when fighting. Hiss, Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath, not expecting that there was still such a martial technique. This is his 100% combat power. Indeed powerful. Yi Yuan muttered. This move is developed by experiencing endless tempering before one can fuse a trace of heavenly Tao into their own heart realm. It has to be someone with great fort. 1, 2 to achieve it. This person was definitely a powerhouse whose fame shook a region when he was alive. Dustless said. Even with Dustless's high standards, he viewed Zheng Jian in a different light too. Although this person's talent in martial arts could not compare to Yi Yuan's, it was also not far away. It came so fast. Yi Yuan was alarmed inwardly. Zheng Jian turned into an afterimage, charging over towards him. Two short swords resembled two sharp fangs, bearing its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws, and charging over towards Yi Yuan. Origin magnetic field. Open. Misty sword art. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. The misty sword art was displayed once more. At the same time, a powerful gravitational field instantly descended. This came suddenly. Zheng Jian's figure suddenly stopped, becoming much slower all of a sudden. Clank, clank, clank. The two people exchanged several dozen sword moves. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Swiss. Plus Zheng Jian's short sword suddenly accelerated. SLAs. Plussing a wound on Yi Yuan's arm. Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively, but Zheng Jian was unrelenting, following after. The origin magnetic field that had never failed actually only had an effect for one breath, and it was cracked by Zheng Jian. His sharp sword light directly tore a gap in the origin magnetic field, slicing the force field into pieces. Zheng Jian's power of laws was too strong, far from what the current Yi Yuan could compare to. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan exhausted all of his strength, his figure shuttling through S.P. AC nonstop, and could only barely protect his vital areas. But the wounds on his body were increasing continuously. Zheng Jian, who was under the state of the selfless realm, was too strong. That kind of battle instinct was virtually unleashed by him to the limit. This had an all-round increase to his combat strength. This kind of feeling was like when Yi Yuan dealt with the clone back then. After he entered the selfless realm, the clone completely became the target to trample on in front of him. So strong. That guardian is simply akin to a different person than from before. What in the world happened? Clearly still the same sword art, same movement technique, but why is it so strong? Ba Tu said in horror. In this place, those who could slightly observe the two people's battle traces were just the eminent Orchid's 6 sons. Ba Tu, they all watched the projection with unmoving eyes, not daring to miss anything, because as long as they were distracted momentarily, they would not be able to keep up with the two people's tempo anymore. But he could feel that Zheng Jian's strength suddenly soared, becoming a fighting madman. Yi Yuan's situation was becoming worse and worse. Di Fan also watched very close and said in a solemn voice, "He seems to have entered a kind of strange state. Seems like the selfless realm." Ba Tu's expression changed, and he said in shock, "Selfless realm? This isn't possible, right? The selfless realm can be encountered, but cannot be hoped for. Can one casually enter it?" Di Fan's expression was solemn as he said, "Selfless realm naturally can't be casually entered. But I heard that going through special training, one can train fighting instinct to a critical state. Under this critical state, it practically has the effect of selfless realm and can magnify one's strength infinitely. Most likely, that guardian is in this state." Ba Tu was dumbfounded with shock when he heard and said in alarm, "There's actually still such a thing? If, disregarding that the people who know this kind of training method are extremely few, just this training's terror is what ordinary people can't bear at all. Out of 1,000 people, it's already very impressive to have one survive. This round guardian must have been a madman back then too." Di Fan interrupted Ba Tu's words and said solemnly. Ba Tu drew a cold breath when he heard. This kind of training method was truly too terrifying. Looks like Source Knight is somewhat in danger. Now, even if he wants to stop, it likely won't work anymore too, Ba Tu said emotionally. The pangs of sharp pain coming from his body made Yi Yuan even more awake instead. Selfless realm, is it? Why don't I give it a try too? Yi Yuan had the experience of entering selfless realm twice before. There was also nearly entering selfless realm one time. A genius who understood the selfless realm more than him. One probably could not find a second one in this world. Now, he was forced by Zheng Jian to the limits. Even the origin magnetic field was instantly disintegrated. The only method he could think of to resolve it was to enter the selfless realm. But selfless realm could not be entered at will. Entering the selfless realm required very harsh timings. The last time, Yi Yuan only narrowly entered selfless realm under the state of imminent death. At this time, Yi Yuan completely opened up his mind, carefully savoring the state of entering selfless realm the last 2 times. This way, he would not be able to focus fully on dealing with Zheng Jian's attacks. The injuries on his body became more and more concentrated. Heavenly Tao. Selfless realm was conforming to heavenly Tao. How could it only conform to heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan emptied himself, adjusting his state of mind bit by bit under this kind of extreme state. Source Knight can't hold on anymore. Within 100 moves, life and death will likely be decided. D-Fan's words carried some melancholy. After all, Source Knight's talent broadened their horizons. He did not expect that Yi Yuan screwed himself over. 100 moves sounded a lot, but to Yi Yuan and Zheng Jian, it was merely several breaths of time. Their attacks were too quick, swift to the point where ordinary people could not catch it at all. "You're dead." Zheng Jian's voice was akin to a death-hastening talisman, sounding in Yi Yuan's ear. Although he was in a critical state, he still retained his consciousness. This voice was announcing Yi Yuan's death. Zheng Jian's short sword was akin to a bolt of lightning, stabbing toward Yi Yuan's heart. Swiss. H. Plus Zheng Jian only felt pain on his body. He was actually hurt. Zheng Jian's heart sunk. This was Yi Yuan's first time striking his body. His certain kill blow was actually dodged by Yi Yuan, and he even left behind a scar on his body. Zheng Jian suddenly felt something in his heart, his gaze revealing great astonishment. Selfless Realm. Chapter 1525 revealed True Self. Chapter 1525 revealed True Self when the fake selfless realm ran into the real selfless realm. The result was tragic. Zheng Jian discovered to his dismay that his short swords could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves anymore. On the contrary, Yi Yuan caused considerable damage to him from time to time. Under Yi Yuan's persecution, it was hard for Zheng Jian to maintain the state of understanding strike anymore. Under this trade-off, their position directly reversed. At the outside world, when the group of geniuses saw this scene, they immediately felt baffled. It's not right. D-Fan, the two of them have long exchanged 100 moves already. Why hasn't the victor been decided yet? D-Fan? D-Fan? Batu turned around to look at D-Fan, but he discovered that D-Fan had his eyes glued to the projection, shock written all over his eyes. Hey, what in the world happened? Batu nudged D-Fan. D-Fan abruptly startled awake and said with shock, "Selfless Realm." Batu said in puzzlement, "I know that it's the selfless realm. Didn't you say it just now? That guardian is in a critical state." D-Fan said, "It's the true selfless realm. That Source Knight, he entered selfless realm." What? Got to be kidding. Is selfless realm so easy to enter? Batu jumped up all at once, yelling at the top of his voice. When the others heard this, they all revealed shocked expressions, all staring at D-Fan, wanting to hear his explanation. Among these people, only D-Fan's strength could see through some clue. Same moves, same realm, everything hasn't changed. But Source Knight is now completely Cruce. Plussing the Guardian. Only the selfless realm can accomplish this. D-Fan said in shock. Apart from selfless realm, he seriously could not think of other possibilities. Selfless realm. This Source Knight's talent is truly a bit too freakish, right? His talent in alchemy is already extreme heaven-defying. Even a group of Fiend Lord powerhouses are very respectful towards him. Didn't expect that he's actually so freakish in martial arts too. Does he still want people to live? When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. When you compare people, people have to die. This guy really doesn't give people a way out. It's said that as long as one enters the selfless realm, stepping into Fiend Lord realm is virtually a sure bet. Really envious of him. The group of geniuses either gasped in admiration or envied. They were all existences with many admirers around them in each capital city. But in front of Yi Yuan, they were like goods on a roadside stall. This kind of strong contrast made them very uncomfortable. Even facing the eminent Orchid Six Sons, They also did not feel that they were too lofty beyond reach. But now they had a feeling that even if they worked hard for all their lives, they could not see the back of Yi Yuan's feet too. This feeling of setback truly made people despair. If let them know that it was already Yi Yuan's third time entering Selfless Realm, no idea how they would feel about it. Under Selfless Realm, Yi Yuan was unprecedentedly powerful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wounds on Zheng Jian's body became more and more. Finally, he had his head pierced by Yi Yuan with one sword. Death. When Zheng Jian's body condensed and formed once more, the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with were full of shock. He who was undefeatable back then was actually defeated by a grand completion fiend general millions of years later. This was an utter defeat. He could not even find an iota of reason to defend himself. At this time, he felt that the arrogant remarks he said to Yi Yuan previously seemed so ridiculous. Invincible in the same realm, he was leapfrogged and defeated by someone. Yi Yuan had yet to recover from the state of Selfless Realm. The Yi Yuan under Selfless Realm state finally thoroughly mastered the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's third-level cultivation method. He was going to start breaking through. Rumble. The entire hall was quaking. The commotion caused by Yi Yuan's breakthrough was truly too great. Suddenly, Difan's expression changed. Hang on, this aura, it's human. Yi Yuan could use the Chaos Heavenspan Canon to imitate fiend essence. But when breaking through, he must recover to the human race state. His Chaos Divine Essence was many levels higher than fiend essence. It was impossible to break through according to the method of fiend essence. Hence, at this time, Yi Yuan finally recovered to the state of a human. Yi Yuan's breakthrough aura broke the fetters of S.P.A.C., transmitting into the hall. Difan finally saw through a trace of inkling. How is this possible? This Source Knight is actually a human. This is impossible. How can a human disguise so flawlessly? There were so many Fiend Lord powerhouses outside. Could it be that not one of them saw through it? This is too terrifying. This guy toyed with all of us fiends in the palm of his hand. The others also detected the abnormality, all incomparably shocked. They were truly unable to imagine that a human could actually disguise as a fiend so perfectly. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus, just as everyone was in a state of disbelief, beams of light fell down in the hall. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and they disappeared from the hall. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch. My B-U-T-T? Wails sounded everywhere. They were actually directly transported out of the ancient ruins. A group of fiend lords looked at the geniuses who fell to the ground rather surprisedly, not understanding what had happened. Difan, what's going on? You all failed the rounds. The Imperial City's Blood Yamahal envoy directly found Difan and asked, but Difan did not answer him right away, but looked around, seemingly looking for some figure. The Blood Yamahal's envoy frowned and said unhappily, Difan, what are you looking at? Difan scanned around and indeed did not discover Yi Yuan's figure and could not help revealing a disappointed look. He let out a sigh and said, something big happened. Where's Elder Dien? Right then, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Dien's figure appeared. Difan, what happened? Dien said. Difan's expression was solemn, recounting the events that happened inside the ruins. When the group of fiend lords heard, each and every one of them revealed great astonishment. Especially Ihan, her expression became incomparably pale. What did you say? Source Knight, he is a human? That's impossible. An old man gripped Difan's arm, nearly Cruce. Plussing his bones. Arg. Let go of me. Defan wailed miserably. When the Blood Yamahal's envoy saw that the old man actually became violent, he could not help saying in a great rage, "Insolence! Let him go!" Heavenstar glared fiercely and shouted, "Get lost!" The strength of Fiend Lord Ninth-Layered Heaven suddenly erupted, giving everyone a big fright. Fiend Lord Ninth-Layered Heaven. Who is he? Everyone exclaimed. Brat, tell me that what you said earlier is nonsense. Heavenstar said in a cold voice. Defan's face was contorted in pain and could not even speak. At this time, Batu hurriedly came forward and said, "Your Excellency, Defan, he didn't lie. So many of us saw it with our own eyes. If not for that Source Knight breaking through realm and could no longer conceal it, we'd still be kept in the dark. Yeah, Your Excellency, we all thought that he was a fiend, but at the final juncture, he broke through to Origin Deity realm, revealing the aura of a human. Otherwise, we'd still be unaware until now." Another person spoke up. Heavenstar knew that he was likely really deceived. Chapter 15:26, Some Experience. 15:26, Some Experience. So angry! The Blood Yama Hall went through great pains and expended countless material things to actually benefit a human. DN and Heavenstar exchanged a glance, virtually about to break down. Suddenly, Heavenstar's gaze turned to look at Defan and said viciously, "You said that he's currently breaking through right now?" Defan nodded and said, "That's right." He entered the selfless realm and directly broke through the human race's origin deity realm bottleneck. That's how the clue appeared. When Heavenstar heard this, he seethed with killing intent and said, "What a terrific human race lad, to actually dare toy with this old man in the palm of your hand. This old man, we'll see how you see." Finished talking, Heavenstar directly took out several dozen soul-refining lamps and started casting the Blood Soul Curse. Inside the ancient ruins, Dustless suddenly felt something, a hint of a sneer revealing at the corners of his mouth. The soul-suppressing pearl came out of the body and suspended above Yi Yuan's head, emitting a dark red light. Ha! Looks like those fiends know about Yi Yuan's human race ident. One, tie already. That old punk actually still dares to cast the Blood Soul Curse, simply seeking death. Don't need to hold back anymore this time. Let you eat a big loss. Dustless said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan was currently fully focused on breaking through realm and was completely oblivious toward this. On the soul-suppressing pearl, the dark red light became stronger and stronger, gradually forming a vortex, absorbing soul force crazily. Previously, Dustless was afraid of Heavenstar detecting and intentionally exercised restraint. But now, since the other party already discovered it, he naturally would not be overcautious anymore. Heavenstar activating the Blood Soul Curse was initially because he was in a great rage and wanted to put Yi Yuan to death. But he discovered something wrong very quickly. His soul force actually poured out frenziedly involuntarily, as if being pumped out by someone to draw water. Heavenstar was greatly shocked in his heart and wanted to stop the Blood Soul Curse. But he discovered to his dismay that he could not do it at all. Inside the array formation, Heavenstar surged with vitality, looking incomparably fearsome. Quite a few fiend lords and geniuses were all exclaiming with regards to Heavenstar's powerful strength and did not discover the slightest bit of abnormality. Such a powerful soul force. This lord's strength is likely also in the upper echelons in the Blood Yamahal, right? TSK. I wonder what curse this lord activated. Most likely, at this time, that Source Knight is feeling very awful, right? Humph! He actually dared to toy with all of us in the palm of his hand. Serves him right to be cursed to death by his excellency. Heavenstar was shouting frantically in his heart, but he was currently already brought into the gutter and could not even shout. One had to know that his opponent was an Empyrean spirit treasure. Heavenstar's face revealed a savage look. At this rate, his entire person would be sucked dry. Amen. Dian's brows furrowed, finally discovering something amiss. Bang! 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 His fingers flicked. Several dozen streams of light fired out, directly shattering those soul-refining lamps into pieces. Woo, woo, woo. Countless ghostly wails reverberated inside this valley, incomparably shrill and forlorn. Noisy. D.N. flicked his sleeves grandly, directly killing all of those fierce ghosts. Poor Heavenstar directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person seemed to have had a great illness, feeble to the extreme. D.N. looked at Heavenstar and said with slightly furrowed brows, "What happened?" Heavenstar said weakly, "Don't know. The other party is like a black hole, continuously devouring my soul force. Couldn't stop even if I wanted to. If you didn't make a move, my fiend soul would likely be directly sucked dry." Dian's expression was slightly dark. To be able to suck a fiend Lord ninth-layered heaven powerhouse's fiend soul dry. How formidable the strength did this require? This brat is peculiar. Most likely, there is quite a bit of secret on him. No wonder he could hide from all of us. D.N. said. Heavenstar nodded his head feebly and said, "I was utterly played by this brat. Probably, he didn't get hit by the blood soul curse at all. No wonder when I cast the spell back then, it would expend large amounts of soul force each time." Heavenstar recalled the situation at that time and discovered that he was probably fooled right from the start. At the thought that even the profound Yellow Cauldron was cheated by Yi Yuan, Heavenstar's heart was dripping blood. This trip was really a double loss. Dian's brows furrowed, and he said in a clear voice, "All disperse. Ihan, you stay." Ihan's expression became fearful, knowing that this calamity likely could not be escaped. The other hall masters knew that they could not poke the bull at this time, all taking their leave, leaving behind just Ihan alone. "Ihan, the matter was caused by you. Now, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Guard here. When that punk comes out, you can only leave after catching him. Understood?" D.N. said solemnly. Ihan hurriedly said, "Lord D.N., rest assured. Even if Ihan needs to watch until the seas dry up and rocks decay. I'll capture this brat." D.N. nodded his head and said to Heavenstar, "Let's go back. The secrets on this kid's body might be even more valuable than these ancient ruins. As long as we catch him, everything can be discussed. In order to make provisions for contingencies, I'll send someone else here and lend you a helping hand." Ihan bowed and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." Breaking through to origin deity realm made him have a feeling of peerlessness. At this time, Yi Yuan's divine sea expanded more than 100 times from before. It was just that inside the Dantian SPAC, it did not seem like a sea, but like a region of starch paste. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he communicated with Dustless, "Senior, is my direction wrong? Why has the divine essence in my divine sea already almost became a pile of starch paste?" Yi Yuan discovered that even though his divine essence was incomparably thick, it became stickier and stickier, completely different from ordinary people's divine essence. Dustless said, You're walking a path that predecessors have never walked before. It's not easy for me to judge, but your situation I've indeed never seen before. However, when you created the cultivation method, it could trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon and resonance of the Heavenspan mountain. Presumably, this direction wouldn't be wrong. Yi Yuan could not figure out after racking his brains, and was very depressed in his heart. His cultivation method was completely derived according to his understanding of the lesser heavenspan mountain. That was a logical derivation, but Yi Yuan's cultivation method clearly contravened common sense and was vastly different from ordinary people. This unwittingly made him somewhat lose confidence, because origin deity to divine lord was an extremely huge chasm. If the cultivation method that he derived was wrong, and he was unable to open up a small world, then all of his efforts would turn to naught. This was a very crucial step. Even Yi Yuan could not avoid thinking in terms of gains and losses. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Forget it, a shot arrow cannot be recalled. If I'm really unable to break through to Divine Lord Realm, we'll talk again at that time." Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and discovered that Zheng Jian was using a very shocked gaze to look at him. "Yuan, congratulations, you can obtain the Purple Extreme Hall's true inheritance," Zheng Jian said, somewhat lost in deep reverie. His pride was trampled to the ground by Yi Yuan today. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, Senior Zheng." Zheng Jian hesitated for a moment and said, "How did you do it?" Yi Yuan froze for a moment before realizing that what Zheng Jian was referring to was selfless realm, and said with a smile, "That's nothing. Before this, I've already entered it twice before. So there's some experience." Zheng Jian was speechless. Chapter 15:27 Instantly Understand. Chapter 15:27 Instantly understand, even if trampling others, people should not be trampled like this. This was trampling completely, and then still driving a roller to crush a few more times. Zheng Jian felt that his worldview was collapsing. When did the selfless realm become a cabbage? Easily found. Back then, in order to master the understanding strike, he had narrowly escaped death, no idea how many times, but never entered the state of selfless state once before. But he entered 3 times. 3 times. Selfless realm. Entering once was a massive jackpot. This guy actually entered 3 times. Furthermore, it seemed like there was a trend of becoming smoother and smoother. Was this still humanly possible? Zheng Jian felt that he was simply a joke. That joke that transmigrated through time, and S-P-A-C, genius? In front of this guy before his eyes, the word genius was so laughable. After a long time, Zheng Jian suddenly changed his face and was no longer arrogant and no longer considered everyone and everybody beneath his notice, just like a wise man who had seen through worldly affairs. "Looks like I indeed had a limited outlook. Your talent is unprecedented since time immemorial. I'm already submerged in the long river of history, while you're destined to give off brilliance. Go on." At this moment, Zheng Jian actually smiled. That 10,000-year-old corpse face actually revealed a smile. That was a smile of relief. He seemed to have understood something. Then his figure gradually dissipated and turned into nothingness. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred, and he arrived in the hall once more. The current hall already switched scenes. Those arenas had all disappeared, appearing much more empty. "Congratulations on your success in challenging the Purple Extreme Sect's 18 geniuses, becoming the Purple Extreme Sect's successor. Your reward is this hall." The old voice sounded out once more, making Yi Yuan very surprised. Wasn't it said that every 6 rounds had a reward? Why did it become this hall? Yi Yuan had a strange look as he said, "This hall, I can't move it away too. Want it for what?" "Who said that the hall can't be moved? This hall itself is a spatial flying type, true G. Oh, D mystic treasure. It can be big or small. When big, it can become a magnificent palace. When small, it can become a grain of dust. It can even travel as far as hundreds of millions of miles in a day. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to have sufficient divine essence stones." A thin and bony old man's phantom appeared and said, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, "So incredible!" The old man snorted coldly and said, "More than incredible. Back then, my purple extreme sect devoted the entire sect's power to forge this true G. Oh, mystic treasure, wanting to immortalize our legacy. There are extremely powerful killing arrays inside this hall. As long as you have sufficient divine essence stones, even eradicating true G, DS can be done." It sounded very impressive. Eradicating true G. DS. Thinking about it made people excited. TSK. I seem to have picked up a treasure, Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. The old man said, "I'm running out of time. Now, I'll impart you the Purple Extreme Sect's supreme cultivation method. You have to cultivate well and bring my Purple Extreme Sect to greater heights." Yi Yuan froze for a moment and said, "Cultivation method? No need. My cultivation method is pretty good. I don't plan on changing cultivation methods." Got to be joking. Supreme cultivation method? In front of the Chaos Heavenspan cannon. It was nothing. When the old man heard that, he said in sullen anger, "You obtained my Purple Extreme Sect's inheritance. You must cultivate the Purple Extreme Sect's supreme cultivation method. Otherwise, I'll blot you out." Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. This old man was also too unreasonable, right? After a pause, the old man continued, "Furthermore, cultivating the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is also saving yourself. There are 3 Fiend Lord powerhouses standing guard outside. If you don't cultivate the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, you won't be able to refine the Purple Extreme Hall. When this old man dies, the Purple Extreme Hall's array formation will dissipate, and they will rush in." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart turned cold, and he immediately changed expressions and said, "Then still waiting for what? Come on." The old man smiled slightly and took his time to say, "The Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is divided into a total of 6 levels. It can help you cultivate all the way to true G. D9th layered heaven, even the realm of half-step, heavenly Empyrean, the pinnacle most existence among grade 6 divine Tao cultivation methods. As long as you cultivate this cultivation method's first level, you'll be able to refine the spirit source crystal soul. Except the speed will be very slow. As long as you refine a part of it, you can control the grand array and stop those fiend lords from entering." While talking, a milky white crystal appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said, "Which is to say that the higher level I cultivate the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, the faster the speed of refining the spirit source crystal soul, right?" The old man said, "Yes, but the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is extensive and profound." Within a short time, the old man had not finished talking and was cut off by Yi Yuan. Then still waiting for what? "Bring out the first 3 levels for me." The old man choked and said, "Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Your foundation needs to be solid. Otherwise," Yi Yuan said speechlessly, "I say, senior, did you say that time is limited? Can you hurry up or not?" The old man choked again, but this time he still brought out the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra. However, just the first level cultivation method. Countless divine inscriptions appeared in front of Yi Yuan, making people blurry-eyed. However, Yi Yuan just swept a glance and said coolly, "Where's the second level cultivation method?" The old man still took his time to say, "Young man, you only browsed over it once and want to cultivate the second level cultivation method. Better not to reach beyond your grasp." Why did this old man have so much bulls? I+T? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him, and started revolving according to the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra's method. Purple light radiated on Yi Yuan's body, dazzling to the extreme. It was precisely the hallmark of grand completion, first level cultivation method. Why you are already at grand completion? Could it be that you cultivated the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra in the past before? This isn't possible. The thin old man had been taking his time all along, neither too fast nor too slow. But this time, he was visibly moved and even started stammering when speaking. How powerful this Purple Extreme Heart Sutra was, the thin old man was all too clear. Even immensely talented genius disciples had to expend 100 years back then before they could master the first level too. Yi Yuan was an origin deity expert. Cultivating another cultivation method naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Even so, he at least had to spend 2 to 3 years' time before he could master the first level too. However, he instantly understood. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "I say, Senior, time is urgent. Can we stop wasting time? Quick, bring out the 2 levels of cultivation method at the back, and let me take a look." Although Yi Yuan had the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, he could only cultivate the first 3 levels right now too. As for the back, his realm was not there yet, and naturally could not understand it too. With this, the old man finally released the entirety of the 2 levels of cultivation method at the back. After Yi Yuan swept a glance, he directly came before the spirit source crystal soul and started refining. Watching Yi Yuan refine the spirit source crystal soul with the 3rd level Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, the thin old man was full of shock. Just what kind of situation was this? Seen before photographic memory with one glance, but never seen before success with a glance. With just a glance, he mastered the extensive and profound Purple Extreme Heart Sutra. Was this guy a monster? How in the world did he do it? Ha ha! Truly, heaven doesn't want my Purple Extreme sect to perish. Plus didn't expect that after countless years, it actually let my Purple Extreme sect find such a heaven-defying successor, said the old man with a big laugh, as his turbid eyes suddenly became bright. Chapter 1528, Huge Fortune. Chapter 1528, Huge Fortune. 3 months later, Yi Yuan finally refined a portion of the spirit source crystal soul. This great hall's information directly poured into his sea of consciousness. What Yi Yuan controlled right now was just 1/3 of this hall. If he wanted to further control the Purple Extreme Hall, he had to cultivate the follow-up cultivation method. This divine essence stone expenditure is also too terrifying. Yi Yuan was left speechless with wonder. Unleash. Plussing an attack that eradicated first-layered Heaven Divine, Lord once needed to expend 50 million low-grade Divine Essence Stones. This was practically equivalent to a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord Martial Artist's entire net worth. Because Yi Yuan had the ident, one tie of an alchemist, and his strength was extremely daunting. That was how he easily had several tens of millions of low-grade Divine Essence Stones on him. Ordinary martial artists like Yi Yuan's realm to have several hundred thousands of Divine Essence Stones were already pretty good. One had to know martial artists' cultivation required the help of Divine Essence Stones. Purchasing cultivation resources also needed Divine Essence Stones. This was a Civ consumable and could not be saved. This was still just first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more horrifying the resources consumed. Additionally, the resources required for flying was also very frightening. The Divine Essence Stones, expended for a day's flight at full power, would reach 1 million Divine Essence Stones. TSK, this is totally something for rich people to play. Yi Yuan lamented. However, it's indeed a good thing. Dustless praised. Senior, is there a way to save this Purple Extreme Sect, Senior? Yi Yuan asked. No way to salvage. Even a more powerful existence can't withstand the ravaging of time too. That's merely a wisp of divine sense. After being sealed for countless years, it's already almost dissipating. Dustless said disconsolately. Like that, huh? That's too bad. Yi Yuan said regretfully. When Yi Yuan returned to reality, he discovered that the thin old man was currently sizing him up with a curious look on his face. Senior, many thanks. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The old man smiled and said, the one who should be saying thank you is me. This old man has been sealed for countless years, and it's you who freed me. To be able to encounter a successor like you is my Purple Extreme Hall's blessing. This way, this old man can also go in peace. Yi Yuan said in surprise, Senior, you... The old man smiled and said, the meaning of this old man's existence is to find a suitable successor for the Purple Extreme Hall. Now that you've appeared, this old man naturally has no need to exist anymore too. This old man's meaning was that he wanted to end himself. According to what was said previously, he had at least a few years to live. But now, he did not want to live anymore. While talking, the old man's figure gradually dissipated. Kid, what's your name? The old man asked. Yi Yuan said respectfully, this junior is Yi Yuan. The old man laughed loudly and said, good, very good. Yi Yuan, you won't disappoint this old man. Remember, this old man is called Niesheng, the Purple Extreme Sect's last sect master. Today, this old man can finally atone for my crime. Yi Yuan watched the other party turn into countless light particles, gradually dissipating. He heaved a sigh and said, Senior Niesheng, rest assured. This junior will definitely bring the Purple Extreme Sect to greater heights. Hearing this, Niesheng's face revealed a look of relief and departed with satisfaction. Yi Yuan's mind stirred, appearing in a SPAC inside the Purple Extreme Hall, looking at the celestial deity artifacts that piled up like mountains. Yi Yuan had a feeling like he was dreaming. TSK. Am I considered to be an upstart now? A sex treasure trove is all here. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, celestial deity artifacts, divine essence stones. These cultivation resources were stored inside this SPAC into categories, making Yi Yuan have a feeling of walking into a treasure vault. Just the low-grade divine essence stones were as many as 5 billion. Of course, this was definitely not the original reserves, although the Purple Extreme Hall had always been in a sealed state. This did not mean that it did not consume divine essence stones. This expenditure was very small, but it could not stand up to the Sage of Time. Presumably, back then, when Niesheng sealed the Purple Extreme Hall, the number of divine essence stones controlled was definitely rather terrifying. Now, this 5 billion was likely just a fraction of back then. With this 5 billion, it could at least eradicate 100 first-layered heaven fiend lord existences. Of course, the prerequisite was to lure the other party into the Purple Extreme Hall. The Purple Extreme Hall's killing array could only be activated inside the hall. TSK. No wonder the Blood Yama Hall went through so much trouble. 50 to 60 low-grade divine, Lord Mystic treasures. If this news was known by the outside world, that would be explosive. Inside a miniature SPAC, 50 to 60 low-grade divine Lord Mystic treasures were quietly suspended, stirring people's hearts. It was also just Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would probably go crazy. Incomparably valuable divine Lord Mystic treasures. There were 50 to 60 articles the moment they came. This was simply an astronomical figure. The value of one divine Lord Mystic treasure was at least 10 billion too. Yi Yuan was equivalent to having a wealth of 560 billion all at once. This was not even counting the value of the other cultivation methods and martial techniques. And this was still just the market price. Who would be silly enough to take divine Lord Mystic treasures out to sell? Hence, the price of a divine Lord Mystic treasure tended to be several times higher than the market price. Yi Yuan was still feeling satisfied because of obtaining the profound yellow cauldron previously, but he did not expect that in a blink of an eye, he fell into a divine Lord Mystic treasure ocean. However, these divine Lord Mystic treasures were mostly sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, mainly these weapons. There were even a small number of auxiliary types, but there really wasn't medicinal cauldrons. Divine Lord Mystic treasure medicinal cauldrons were a scarce item in the first place. This was simply a priceless treasure to alchemists. Furthermore, each and every alchemist was extremely wealthy. Hence, the price of medicinal cauldrons could not be judged with common sense at all. The profound yellow cauldron simply had demand, but no supply. Yi Yuan carefully investigated these divine Lord Mystic treasures. His mind stirred. A long sword flew into his hand. Junyi sword. Not bad, it's you. Yi Yuan played a bit, and was very satisfied with this sword. The evil extermination sword was already somewhat of a hindrance to the current Yi Yuan. When battling with some geniuses, quite a number of people all used celestial deity artifacts. Yi Yuan was at a very big disadvantage. Yi Yuan looked through these divine Lord Mystic treasures. Only this Junyi sword was the most suitable for him. With this Junyi sword, Yi Yuan's combat strength would still soar to a higher level. After all, even among divine Lord realm powerhouses, there were barely any who could afford to use divine Lord Mystic treasures. You still can't fully refine the Purple Extreme Hall right now. The truly good stuff should be in a higher level S, P, A, C. This bit of treasure is just a speck to a peak true G. Oh, D-sect, Dustless said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, makes sense. However, does the heaven-span world have sex, this kind of existences, before? Dustless shook his head and said, this, I don't know. The time that the heaven-span world has existed is far too long. And, oh, Body knows what the ancient times look like at all. Perhaps before forming the current arrangement, the heaven-span world might have had sex stand in great numbers. This kind of thing, perhaps only transcendent heavenly emperors and Tao ancestors, those kinds of existences, would know. Like that, huh? Then the matter of establish. Plussing a sect would likely have some difficulties. Yi Yuan said helplessly, if Yi Yuan started a sect now, it was undoubtedly shattering the existing order. At that time, he would definitely become the target of public wrath. Within a short time, the promise that he made to Nie Sheng likely could not be carried out. Chapter 1529, The Power of the Purple Extreme Hall. Chapter 1529, The Power of the Purple Extreme Hall. Ihan, it was all thanks to you. Now, you caused me to be dispatched here together with you. A rugged fiend lord was currently grumbling to Ihan incessantly. Ihan had an indifferent look and did not refute it either. She knew that whatever she said now was all wrong. But could this be blamed on her? Even Lord Heavenstar and Lord D and could not see through the flaws. How could she see through? Who would have thought that a human could actually disguise as a fiend perfectly? Emohan looked at this scene with a gloating face and did not talk too. He offered to stay behind. Emohan's grudge toward Yi Yuan was extremely deep. Thinking of that incomparably arrogant appearance of Yi Yuan's, he was unwell from head to toe. Now he could finally make Yi Yuan kneel in front of him to beg for mercy. How could he let this chance slip by? All right, Zichun, you stop complaining too. Want to say who hates that kid the most right now? It's younger sister Ihan. Don't you agree? Younger sister Ihan? Emohan suddenly spoke up. Ihan looked at Emohan rather surprisedly and said with a nod, what brother Emohan said is right. I wish that I can devour his raw flesh right now to vent the hatred in my heart. As long as that punk comes out, I'll let him know what's called a fate worse than death. Just as she was talking, Han felt something and looked in the direction of the ruins. Han got a huge shock too and said, "The array formation vanished." The three people were first startled, then immediately revealed ecstatic looks. Inside these ancient ruins, there were clearly many treasures hidden. Even if they only obtained a fiend Lord Mystic treasure, it was a tremendous harvest too. Suddenly, Han's brows furrowed, and she said, "Something's amiss." This array formation was fine, so how could it disappear? Could it be a scam? Han also felt that it was rather somewhat odd. After ruminating for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Most likely the inheritance in this ancient ruins is already acquired by Source Knight, that punk. That's why the array formation would disappear." Talking up to here, he laughed savagely and said, "As long as we capture that brat, all of the treasures will all belong to us." The other two people's eyes also shone, revealing incomparably scorching looks. They knew that Fan only made it through 8 rounds and already obtained a low-grade divine, Lord Mystic treasure. Yi Yuan made it through 18 rounds and also stayed inside for 3 months. The inheritance obtained, just thinking about it made people feel excited. Han suddenly said, "My 2 elder brothers, if the treasures are very few, Han doesn't want anything. If there are many treasures, Han only asks for a fiend Lord Mystic treasure to be by my side. The rest will all belong to the 2 elder brothers. Is that okay?" Han was very smart, making concessions in order to gain advantages. She already lowered her ATT. I tooed very low and only asked for 1 fiend Lord Mystic treasure. This request was really not considered overboard. Otherwise, if the 3 people had a dispute, she probably could not even scoop up anything. Han 2 people exchanged a glance and said with a nod, "No problem. This request isn't overboard. If there aren't many treasures, we can't get a single one either. All of them have to be presented to the hall. If there are many, there is no cause for much criticism for us to keep a few pieces in private." "Then let's rush in now," Zichen said. Han smiled and said, "Rush in for what? Isn't it fine to sit and wait here? That brat obtained the inheritance. Could it be that he still won't come out?" Zichen's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "That makes sense." The 3 people exchanged a glance and smiled, immediately vanished. Plussing from where they stood. Not long after, a figure slowly appeared at the hall's entrance. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? After coming out, Yi Yuan appeared very cautious, pulling out the Junyi sword with a vigilant look. When Han 3 people hiding in the void saw this scene, how could they still endure? They directly revealed themselves, surrounding Yi Yuan. "Master Source Knight, long time no see," Han said with a smile that was not a smile. But Han said coldly, "Source Knight, you tricked me so bitterly. Today, I'm going to make you regret having been born in this world." Yi Yuan's expression changed. His figure moved swiftly, directly speeding over into the abode. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Han's mouth, and she said, "Running? Can you run?" As she said, Han waved a hand. A powerful world power instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up. She thought that Yi Yuan did not have the leeway to resist in front of the world power at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually directly ignored her power of the world and dashed into the ruins. The 3 people's expressions changed. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so troublesome. Chase him. The 3 people exchanged a glance, immediately making a decision. With this alerting of the enemy, Yi Yuan probably would not come out anymore. Either way, the array formation already disappeared. What did they still have to be afraid of? swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus 3 figures followed closely behind Yi Yuan, sweeping into the ruins. The 3 people followed Yi Yuan, their speed swift to the extreme. Suddenly, there was a blurry scene before their eyes, arriving inside a great hall. This great hall was a dead end. Yi Yuan had nowhere to run anymore. Ihan sneered and said, "Run. Aren't you very capable at running?" Emohan also smiled and said, "Master Source Knight, we haven't seen each other for 3 months. Isn't coming out to reminiscence about old times good? Run for what?" But Zichen's expression turned dark, and he said, "Kid, hand over all of the treasures you obtained, and I'll make it painless for you." But entering the hall, Yi Yuan changed expressions. The original tension and vigilance had all but disappeared. What replaced it was indescribable calmness. The calmness of being in control of everything. Hoo-hoo, reminiscing about old days outside. That isn't the way to treat guests. Therefore, I invited the 3 of you in. Now we can talk about the old days, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. The 3 people's expressions changed, and Ihan said in a cold voice, "What do you mean?" Trying to scare us? Kid, with our current distance. As long as I move my finger, you're dead. Emohan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Is that so? I don't even need to move a finger, and you'll be dead." When Emohan heard, he could not refrain from bursting into laughter and said, "This hall master really grew up being scared. Then I want to see whether you not taking action is faster, or me making a move is faster." Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of fear, and said with a faint smile, "Then your meaning is, no need to reminiscence about the old days anymore." Emo Han's expression suddenly became savage, and he shouted fiercely, "Reminiscence your uncle! This hall master will tear you into pieces right now." Finished talking, a horrifying aura spread out. Emo Han really extended a finger and pointed at Yi Yuan. But right at this time, an even more horrifying aura suddenly filled the great hall. 3 streaks of flowing light descended from the sky, directly falling towards the 3 people. Emohan's power of the world had yet to condense. Under this horrifying stream of light, he did not have the slightest strength to resist, and was directly annihilated without even crying out. 3 mighty fiend lord powerhouses were obliterated by the purple extreme hall just like this. Yi Yuan looked at this scene expressionlessly and said with a sigh, "My 150 million divine essence stones. How many spirit medicines could this purchase? Forget it. Forget it. Can't stay in this place for too long. Better leave first." Rumble. The incomparably colossal ancient ruins actually shrunk rapidly, making the mountains tremble. Finally, the purple extreme hall turned into a grain of dust and whirled away in the direction of the human race.